Hey, good morning, everybody. How's everyone doing? Fellow conspiracy theorists and everyone assemble. Evil Frightened, thank you for the 6 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Thank you for the long time support. All right, what an eventful weekend in multiple ways, good and bad. How was your weekend, chat? How was your weekend? Isandrix, thank you for the 11 months. Have the structures arrived yet? Yeah, exactly. God damn. Can I send you a short of something that happened in an event in Spain and get your opinion on it? Well, that depends on what that is. Anyways, we're going to talk about it. My weekend overall was actually not that bad, as you might think. I did scrub the regional, but I think I gained some valuable insight from it. And hey, the video is a 1 out of 10, so I can't complain in that sense. It's at least something, you know? Yeah, it's fine. Nilmi, thank you for the 7 months. Appreciate that so much. Welcome back. Mr. Pink Sheller, thank you for the 2 months. People already had Tenko Seka this weekend. Dragon Talk, thank you for the 3 months. What's the right pronunciation of your name in English? Well, in my actual name is Joshua, but that's not the English pronunciation. I think it's just Josh or Joshua. That's what everyone says. But yeah, Josh is my German name, I guess. Which I don't think it's a German name originally, but that's what I've been called, basically. Yeah. Like the Mario. I guess so, yeah. So that would be the technically correct pronunciation. That's how my parents call me and other German people, right? Is Joshua. Overlimit, thank you for the 2 months. And Dracosack, thank you for the 4 months. Damn, that's a lot of subs this morning. I appreciate you guys. Thank you for the support. All right. The Twitter link in your Twitch doesn't link to your Twitter account. Oh, does it not? I might have to update it then. Why not Joshua though? It's funny because that is my my Konami ID to this day has a C in it. For some reason. I don't know what the reason was. I think it's because as a kid, I didn't fill out the registration myself. The guy at my local store did it, and I think he put a C in my registration, so there's still a C on like some Konami pairings and whatnot for my in my name. So it's actually wrong. Like can't you just change it? I changed it in Neuron. So since they have Neuron, I think now it's fixed. I did change it in Neuron, but back in the day when it was always like Kazi number and whatnot, I would always have the C in the name. But I think now it's fixed. I haven't actually paid much attention to it recently, but I was just so used to it being that way that I didn't ever double check. But like it used to be with a C, and I remember going up to like the to the tournament stage and telling them, and they changed it for that one tournament, but they didn't change it. Like next tournament it was wrong again. But anyways, there's a lot of stuff to talk about, including my performance at the regional, and apparently we need to cover some conspiracy theories today, so let's get right into it. There's also been a lot of other stuff happening this weekend randomly that we need to talk about. Like there's been an OCG Banlist. apparently there's a hype video about Tyler the Great Warrior, which I need to see. I haven't seen it yet. And a lot of other stuff that we can look at today. So let us hop right into it. It's been the last weekend before YCS London, so we need to check out what happened at the over the weekend at other regionals as well that I didn't go to. So let us get the warm-up out of the way, shall we? Let us get the warm-up out of the way so we can talk about the important stuff. All right. We got a Banlist. I know. I'll look at it in a bit. All right, let's go. This is a ritual monster, I think. Very old, but no, it's not. That's not the card I was thinking of. I don't know what that is. Resurrection of Chakra. Oh, that is a ritual spell. Is that? No, it's not Scrubbed Raid. What is that? Is that actually called that? No, it's not. Rebellion. Oh, that's funny. Yep, okay. I see what type of day it is. All right. Okay. Oh, that's Vanity's Call. Thank you for the 3 months, Jirachi. See you there. That is, I want to say it's a Cyber Slink monster, although I'm not sure of it. Lightning Blade. Okay, then that's not a Link monster. Lightning Blade. I will trust you. Okay. Oh, what's that called? Like hero costume? No, it's fake. Is that fake hero? I thought fake hero for a second. No. Oh wait, no. Nah, I didn't need zoom. Ah, God. Is that equation? Yeah. I didn't need that zoom. Wasted points. This is Air Neos. Or Storm. No, Storm Neos. Yeah. Here we have. Is that Alistair alt art? Invocation? It's Invocation. It is Invocation. All right. Iron Hammer the Giant, if you say so. Oh, this is old. This is old. I have seen this before. This is, in fact, Disc Magician. Yes. Yeah. This also rings a bell. It's Frost. Is it Frost Blast? No. It has something to do with Monarch. Isn't that Zaborg? Okay. That's a Megalith. Maybe Ophiel? No. Phaleg? Okay. This is an old vanilla Gazelle, right? This is just Gazelle. Yeah. It was just Gazelle. This... I was gonna say it looks familiar, but it does no longer look familiar. Nope, I have no idea. Fortune Lady Dark. Zoomed one time too much there. Could have gotten that one earlier. Wait, isn't this a Nephthys card and this is an Odd Eyes? Why is there a Nephthys and an Odd Eyes on the same card? What the hell is going on here? Is this not an Odd Eyes? That threw me off. Another card I've never seen before. Tough round today, but I keep saying that way too often. Guardian. Oh, it's one of the Guardians. It's Elma. Yeah. It actually is Elma. Yeah. This is Orcust? Harp? No. Is that Harp Horror? I've never looked at it that close. It is Harp. Yo, Adriano, thank you for the 7 months. This is like Gora Turtle of Illusion. Yeah. This is Ultimate Insect level 7, and I didn't need that last zoom. I'm an idiot for clicking zoom way too quickly. This is also super old. But I don't know the name of this one. Oh, I've seen this before. Okay. That threw me off. I thought it was... Yeah, okay. What do we got here? Light Ray Gearfried. Okay. Noted. I feel like I've seen this before, but yeah, it's like... It's been a while. Krolash, thank you for the 5 months. Appreciate you. Okay, what the hell is that? Is that Jack Frost? No. Oh, but it has something to do with it. Is that Jack in the Box or something? Jack in the Hand? Oh, okay, that was lucky. I didn't know that was that. I just guessed. This gives me Frostosaurus vibes. Nice. Seen it before, but I can't name the Rate Raptors. Now this one I have not seen before, I think. No. Lucky Coin? Lucky Chance? Yeah. Oh, this is Castor? Yeah. This is Yoko Tuner, I think. Please? Yes. This... I feel like I should know this. Is this the zombie Ballard doc or whatever? No, it's not. Clive's End? No. Actually not true. Void Purification. This is an Abyss Actor, which I'm pretty sure I'm gonna skip. It's not even an Abyss Actor. Okay, that's crazy. This is Magician's Robe. Yeah. Oh, that's the Herald stuff. What is that? It's Vylon? Really? Vylon. That looks like a Herald card. It is Vylon Charger. Interesting. Interesting. Alex Pendragon, thank you for the 6 months. I think Ruining Arteria is solid, but let me finish this, then I can tell you more about it. We'll talk about it a bit today, what I think about different decks. Oh, this is like draw of the destruction draw, destiny draw. No, it's not destiny draw, of course. Rainbow Life. Yeah, actually, you are correct. I am wrong. Is that rare fish? Please be rare fish. I don't think it's rare fish. No, it's Marine Beast. Yeah, I always mix these two up. That's Reflect Bounder. I could have guessed that on the first one. Farfa, thank you for the 11 months. Appreciate you. I have seen this before, but I don't know the name. Spiritual Whisper. Okay. That is not Gameciel. That is a kaiju trap. Is it Slumber? I don't think it's Slumber. It might be the Interception mission. It might be that. How's there so many interceptors? Mission. Capture mission. Yeah, that's the one. This is Top Runner. Okay. This is I know this one. Attack the Moon or something. Yeah, it is Attack the Moon. Here we have garbage from back in the day. I don't remember. Oh, this is the Winged Rhino or something? Winged Rhinos? Yes. Melodious Diva, maybe? Which would mean skip. Yep. This is an elemental Nosp? No, it's not Nosp. It's like the Poison Rose. Why would you say that, Saturn? Thank you for the 3 months. Why would you jump scare me like that? I've had enough of that last weekend. The hell is that? The counter. All right. This is a B Trooper. Is it Scout Buggy? I want to say it's Scout Buggy. Yeah. It is Scout Buggy. Nice. This is Aqua. What are these called? Aqua Actresses or something? Oh no, it's a Marincess. Oh, well, okay. I know those. Terry, thank you for the Prime. Welcome to the stream. Appreciate you. This is a giant puppet? No, it's like a gimmick puppet. Giant grinder. That's what I was thinking. Giant grinder. Yes. This is Sangha. Yes. Old Yaranzo. Okay. A tough one. Storming Air Force? No. Blazing? No, it's Drowning. That's the one. Darko, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Flower Cardian is insta-skip. Insta-skip. We don't even think about it. Oh, is that lefty or righty? Righty. Be righty. Come on. Nice. 50-50 has been won. I have no idea. Mighty Warrior. Oh, he definitely does look like a Mighty Warrior. Never seen before card. I'm getting Tenny vibes. It's not Adhara, but I'm getting Tenny vibes. It is not Adhara. No. Okay, it was a Tenny card though, but not one of the ones you actually played. So. That I think is Soul Release. Yep. Okay, Crystal what? Beacon? No. Blessing? This looks like a musketeer. Yeah, this is a musketeer. Desperado. Desperado. Yeah, the trap. Well, it's it's one of the Phantom, the Beast, Sacred Beasts cards, but all right, we have 8 seconds. Can I get this in 8 seconds? This is Supreme. Easy. We still got it. Okay, 833. That's a good round. That's a good start to the week. We take it. We take it. That's above average. That's above average. That's not bad. That's not bad. Diet Mountain Dew, thank you for the 3 months. Welcome back. YG Ortal is gettable today. All right, let me boot it up. Let me boot it up, and then we'll talk about the weekend. All right. Let me switch sides. And we shall begin. What did we say? What we always want to start with? It was Rongo, right? All right, and it is a dark. It is a dark, and it is an effect monster. It is not from the extra deck or anything else, I'm pretty sure. So we just have a low. Well, what are we thinking? DD Crow angle. Okay, it is from the extra deck, but not an XYZ. Could also be flip. Level 2 or 3. Level 2 or 3. It is a winged beast, so it could be like Gale. Oh! Rongo is broken. Rongo is busted. Easy clap. Rongo is broken. We've cracked it. All right. Easy clap. Easy clap. Speed run. Speed run. Okay. All right. And with that, warm up is done. Let's talk about some Yu-Gi-Oh, shall we? All right. Today is also Deck Doctor. Yes, Drake Cossack. I have already sorted the submissions, and we will Deck Doctor the hell out of some of these decks later today. Anyways, welcome to the stream. New week, new stream. Brago, thank you for the 6 months. I don't think I said that, but appreciate you. Things on the agenda today and for this week. We have a lot of things to talk about. First up, regional recap of the weekend. I did play a regional. If some of you haven't seen it yet, I did pretty badly at Cologne Regionals with Labyrinth. I'm going to talk about a little bit why I played Labyrinth and how it went, why I didn't do as well as I hoped to do, and respond to some people saying questioning my reasoning for playing Labyrinth or whatever. I don't know. We'll talk about it. Then there was apparently an OCG Banlist. Well, not just apparently, there was an OCG Banlist, so I do want to react to that. There has been a couple of other things that were dropped. Like, for example, I have not seen the Tyler the Great Warrior video yet, but it did seem to make quite the rounds on the internet. So I do wanna see it. I specifically held off on it because I wanted to, react to it on stream. So we're gonna do that as well. But most importantly today, just in general, I want to look back at last weekend's regionals that I didn't go to because I'm sure there's a ton of footage from other regionals, and I want to recap the format a little bit and help that because that's always very important when preparing for the upcoming YCS. If you watch it now, your food will still be hot. I have actually cracked the system today because I have cold food today. Easy clap. So it can actually not go wrong today. All right, let's go. Let's go one by one. Let me show you my deck first. I'm sure most of you have seen it already. That's why we're doing it first. I'm gonna show you quickly what I played at regionals and tell you, like, give you a rundown of what happened and why I didn't do as hot, and talk about that. Let's just get that right out of the way. If you want a more detailed deck profile, you can go over to YouTube. I did make a deck profile of the deck regardless of doing not so well with it, simply because I felt like even if you don't do well at a tournament, there's still things to be taken away from a tournament and still things to learn. So I figured it would still be good to upload a deck profile and to give you guys my thoughts on what worked and what didn't. But I just quickly want to recap the tournament and also tell you guys why I played Labyrinth. So originally my plan was, which I also told you about last week, I think it was on the Thursday, I told you my original plan was to just bring Sprite to the tournament. My problem with Sprite was I was not confident enough with it. Like, I sat here Friday night and I was like, I built Sprite and I played a couple of games with it, and I was like, this doesn't feel that great. This doesn't feel that great. This would need a lot of work, and I didn't feel confident in it. And then it was already like, I don't know, 9 p.m. or 10 p.m. It was pretty late, and so I was like, I probably can't cook something completely new right now. But Sprite doesn't feel like it's that great. And I didn't want to play Kashtira, not because I think Kashtira is terrible, but because I specifically wanted to use the Cologne Regional as like a testing opportunity, right? And I don't think it's necessary to really test Kashtira at this point in the format. It's unfortunate, but Kashtira is kind of like solved to a high degree, and it's also not that complicated to play. It's not easy because at the end of the day it's Yu-Gi-Oh, but like I didn't feel like I would get much out of playing Kashtira. I wouldn't learn anything new going into the event, right? Like I would just face exactly what I would be expecting. Maybe I would do well, maybe I wouldn't. But it's not like I need to find out, well, how prepared are people for Kashtira? Because it's pretty obvious. Like, it's very, you know, it's very... Kashtira just performs as expected, right? And I didn't want to use the opportunity on something that I knew what to expect from. So I was like, Labyrinth is a deck that I was considering for the YCS, and I still am kind of considering it, even though, of course, after doing poorly with it, you're not very inclined on bringing it again. But Labyrinth was one of those decks where in my mind, it's always been like, I think it's a strong deck. I respect it, and I think it's an option, but I had actually never brought it to a tournament. And so I was like, let's just do that. Let's just bring it and see how it feels. And I brought this list, which if you want my reasoning on why I picked certain cards, I recommend you to just watch the deck profile. Just you can go !YouTube, and then I explain a little bit more about my reasoning. But this is the list I played. How it went was round 1. I faced Lyrilusk Tri-Brigade. I won the dice roll, and I 2-0'd it. Like, I won game 1, and game 2 I even lead them down to 1 card, and then I outgrinded them. It was not that close. But Lyrilusk Tri-Brigade is not like the, that's not the standard. Ixbaki, thank you for 5 months. And then round 2, I played against Dark World. And I won the dice roll, and I was like, okay, cool. Hey, good day today. Won the first 2 dice rolls with the trap deck. I'm looking good. And then I draw my opening hand for round 2, game 1. And it's Skill Drain, Dimensional Barrier, Terrors of the Overroot, and this thing. So I'm like, okay, I cannot play. It's impossible for me to play. I have 0 engine. And I'm like, okay, but I have Skill Drain twice. So I'm like... No, it's not, because it's me. Dominator and Gnogat, thank you for the primes. I appreciate you guys. Anyways, I was like, okay, I have Skill Drain, so maybe I'm fine. Turns out I was not fine, because against Dark World, Skill Drain is basically completely dead, and D-Barrier is also basically completely dead. So my hand had essentially 1 card. I went first and I opened with one card against Dark World, which was Terrors of the Overroot. Everything else was not a real card. And they went just like, they started with like, discard Genta, activate gates. I popped the gates with Terrors of the Overroot because I was like, I can't let them like banish this card and get Genta. And they revealed Bigfoot, summoned Bigfoot, revealed Thunderbird, summoned Thunderbird, did something else. And I was like, all right, let's go game 2. And in game 2, I go first. My hand is like not terrible, but also not great. I have like double Lord of the Heavenly Prison. I have Judgment. I have I think it was one of the Labyrinth traps. And I think it was Ash. So not a terrible hand, but also not insane by any means. So I go like, okay, set Judgment. Set Welcome Labyrinth, reveal Lord, have a dead second Lord in hand, but have a backup Ash too. And they were like, okay, go battle phase, evenly matched. No, it wasn't Ash. I had another trap card. Maybe it was Punishment or something. I don't know. Either way, I went. I had 3 face downs and 2 Lords in hand. I know that it was not. I didn't have Ash. It was definitely 3 sets. So they go battle phase, they evenly, I Judgment. They go main phase 2, normal summon Denko Sekka. I'm like, oh wait, it's that type of day. Hey, it's that type of day. So I got crushed by Dark World in round 2. Then round 3, I played against Kashtira, which I won the dice roll again. I'm like, yo, that's crazy. We're popping off today. And I beat Kashtira 2-0 this time because game 1 I go first. I have a solid hand. I just win. Game 2 they go first, and I have Sphere Mode, and they play into it. So we take those. We take those easy. And then round 4 I beat the Melfi Sprite. It was one of the players from Junk's Playground. It was not Ding Kang Fan, but it was one of his friends, Eric, who played pretty much the same deck, and I beat him. So I was 3-1. And then in round 5 and 6, I got destroyed by Kashtira twice in a row. I lost dice roll round 5. It was just not a great day. Overall, I think the deck had a couple of issues that maybe you can fix with playing the deck a little bit differently. I'm not sure though. But that was basically my tournament report. If you want more detailed, like I said, if you want more detailed input on why I played certain cards, or why I didn't play certain cards, you can check out the deck profile. I just quickly wanted to show you this just because as a segue to talk about something else, which I find it crazy that I even need to respond to this or even have to say this, but apparently there's people out there thinking that I threw the regional on purpose so that I have to wait. What are they saying? I threw the regional on purpose so that people will think that I now think that Labyrinth is a bad deck, so that people play less outs for it in their side deck at YCS London, so that I can play the deck again and they don't play outs anymore. Now, I don't even know how to respond to this other than by saying like, brother and sister in Christ, no, I just had a bad day. All it takes is one bad day. Like, if I do well with the deck, everyone is like, or not everyone, like people are like, damn, he only played that deck to make the cards spike in price. He doesn't actually think it's good. And then I do badly with the deck and they're like, yeah, he just wants us to think that the deck is bad. But in reality, it's actually like, like, bro, nah. I just opened Lovely Labyrinth like freaking more than half of my games and got like evenly Denko'd and lightning storm, feather dustered, whatever out the wazoo the entire day. I didn't draw engine in like half my games, brother. No, I just had a bad day. It happens. It happens. I was planning to play Sprite, then on Friday I didn't feel confident with it, so I switched last second to a different deck and it didn't work out. That's all. That's all that happened. I promise. Like it's so dumb. But I to be fair, I don't think it's many people that actually believe this. I don't think there's many people that actually believe this, but I just wanted to clarify that. I've been pretty open about this in the past. That I have no intention. Oh God. Okay, you're just gonna interrupt me like that. All right, I see how it is. The cursed remix. It's still cursed, by the way. All right. Now I forgot what I was going to say. Okay. Let me try and not lose my train of thought. So, what I wanted to say is I've been pretty open about this in the past. I will never share false information. When there is something I don't want to tell you guys, because like maybe I find a deck that I think is good, or I find a certain tech that I think becomes significantly worse if people know about it. I will tell you that there is certain things that I don't tell you about. You know what I mean? I've been open like this in the past. People have asked me, yo, what deck are you going to bring? And I'm like, even if I already knew, I will not tell you, right? Because I don't want everyone in the room at a YCS to know what I'm playing. Like that would just be dumb. But I still want to bring, I still want to make the best possible content that I can. So for me, that doesn't mean that I will never put out false information. Like I will never do that. I will just like, if there's certain pieces of information that I can't give you, I will just tell you, hey, I can't tell you that. Right? But I will not say, hey, I think this deck is good, when in reality, I think it's bad. Or I will never say, hey, this deck is bad, don't play it, when in reality, I just don't want people to respect it. That's not how it works. That is never how it's going to work. So as far as the reason why I played Labyrinth, the single only reason was Labyrinth in my mind was an option for next week. And I wanted to figure out whether it really was solid or not, with how it felt when playing it, because I had actually never played Labyrinth at a tournament before. I had only theorized the deck. I have seen it at tournaments. I've seen feature matches. I've seen deck profiles. I've played it like in like with friends and on stream, but I had never brought it to an actual tournament setting. And I wanted to just do that before the YCS to figure out how good it actually is. Now, as far as to what I think about the deck now, whether I think it's completely terrible and I'm definitely not going to bring it, I feel pretty bad about it, but that might just be biased because I just did so poorly with it. I do think the games that I lost were overall pretty unfortunate. Like, you know, you have Judgment and Engine, and they have like evenly Denko plus full combo or whatever. Also, my Kashtira opponents, I feel like throughout the entire weekend drew pretty insane. Like, I spent some time testing Kashtira yesterday with friends again, and it was like I didn't draw half as well as my opponents on that day. Like, I just like, there was a solid portion of Kashtira games where I just like bricked and didn't do anything, and like I didn't, and like none of my Kashtira opponents like ever really bricked. They always went like, you know, like went like crazy. Like even if I had removal for one or two of the Kashtiras, they had like another copy, or they hard drew Birth and whatever. Like it was a pretty tough experience, right? And maybe it's just a case of it do be like that sometimes. So like currently, would I play this build on the screen again? No. I do think there's a couple things that I learned about the deck that I wasn't sure about because I had never played it. So I might try to adjust the deck, and maybe it's going to feel a little bit better. But overall, currently, I don't know if it's going to feel good enough, even if I make some changes. So currently, I don't think I'm going to play Labyrinth at the YCS. And even if I end up playing it, it's probably going to look very different from this. And this is 100% how I feel. The chances that I'm going to be willing to play Labyrinth again after this experience are pretty low, unless, you know, unless I test it again and it completely blows my mind, but I don't think it will. I'm very surprised you didn't play Trap Trick in the deck. I did feel like over the weekend, Trap Trick would have been a solid card sometimes. I didn't like the idea of being locked into only one more trap, but I think the more I think about it, I feel like Trap Trick is valuable because you don't have to use it first. Like if you have a couple other traps that are good, you can just use those first, and then you Trap Trick just always makes sure you have like the perfect last interruption. And it also makes sure that you have like the perfect, like even if you have enough interruption, it can turn into one of the Labyrinth traps. So I think Trap Trick could have been a pretty solid inclusion in the deck. I agree. But overall, it was just a mix of, I had some struggles with consistency. Because there was a couple of games where they didn't even have like a Feather Duster, or I had the judgment for the Feather Duster, but then I couldn't play, so they would just run me over because I was at 4,000 life points, and they would like, yeah, go special Unicorn, and I was like, there, okay, well, what am I gonna do? Like, I have Compulse, I have another Judgment, am I gonna Judgment the Unicorn, but then I'm immediately dead if they have another Kashtira? It was awkward. It was awkward. I think the deck has some problems. This current list has a couple of problems, and I don't know if they are fixable. I am genuinely not sure if I like this deck enough. It's still not a bad deck, and to be clear, I don't even know what else I would play. That is more of my problem right now. I'm not really happy with anything in the format right now, which doesn't mean that the format is terrible. I don't want to blame it on the format this early on. Like, I really don't want to. I don't want to sound like just like salty, oh, the format is so bad. I just think I haven't found it yet, you know? Can you define the problem you think it has? I think it has a couple of little problems that combined make a pretty big problem. Like, one issue of trap decks is they are relatively slow, and going second in general is a problem. It's only a small problem because it's not that bad with this deck. Like, it's actually okay, surprisingly. But it's a small problem sometimes. And then sometimes you have issues with them having like evenly Denko, Lightning Storm, Feather Duster, which if that was your only issue, I think that could easily be fixed by playing certain outs for those type of cards, which I did, you know? And then sometimes you have the problem of not seeing engine. Your deck actually needing a couple of engine cards to play, because sometimes, like very often, my Welcome Labyrinth or my Prosperity just got ashed. Like, my hand was totally fine going first, the 5 cards with one Welcome Labyrinth trap, but if they have an Ash, now all of a sudden my hand is like no engine anymore. And then I slowly die, right? And while I think all of these individual issues are probably solvable, I don't know if you can solve all of them together, because all of them together, they make up for a pretty big problem, right? I think that's what I underestimated going into the Cologne regional. Like, I was like, yeah, I guess going second is kind of hard, but you have Evenly and Ash, and it's probably going to be fine. And yeah, people have like, you know, heavy back row removal and blowout cards, but you can side Solemn for it. It's probably okay with Duality and Prosperity and whatnot. And yeah, the deck is kind of inconsistent, but you know, I can just play 3 Arianas, and with the pots, it's probably going to be fine. And it's like, I underestimated how these issues combine into one bigger problem. You know what I mean? Because like some games you lose because of that one issue, some because of the other, some because of the other. It's like, I think that is what I underestimated. And I don't know if it's fixable, but I guess you can try. So those are my honest thoughts on Labyrinth right now, in case anyone was questioning that. That is genuinely what I think after the weekend. The deck was won by Ben Kreuzkamp with Branded Despia. I don't know what else made top 8. We can take a look at the spreadsheet in a second. But I just wanted to clarify that. What about Trap Tricks? I don't know if Trap Tricks is much better in many, like, I don't know what would make Trap Tricks better in most of those aspects, to be honest. I bet we'll take 1 million Despia lists today for Deck Doctor. No, that's specifically why I had submissions earlier, so I could select a couple. I've already made the selection on what we're going to include in the Deck Doctors to make sure it's a little bit more better, well structured. Anyways, that is that. That is that. Let's go one by one with the reactions, all right? Or like what we need to talk about. We will talk about the regional deck lists and whatnot and results as well and what it means for London. But first, there is one small thing we need to look out for, which is the OCG Banlist that dropped, I want to say yesterday. I looked at it very, very briefly, but not in detail yet because I wanted to preserve the first reaction for the stream. So this is a somewhat first reaction, and we're gonna go over it now. So it's actually interesting because we have played some OCG on stream. And I also did turn that into a YouTube video. It was I think it was a pretty funny stream. So if you haven't seen the YouTube video, I encourage you to check it out later. But this means we actually have some experience when it comes to the OCG meta, at least a little bit. It was only one stream, but at least somewhat, you know? So let's go over these one by one. So the only banned card is Sprite Elf, which, first of all, Sag, but overall still understandable. Now, I'm still wondering about a couple of other cards at this point in time. Like, I understand that you banned Elf, but what about some of these other, like, cards? You know, we'll talk about that at the end because I do think there's probably going to be a lot of missing cards on the ban list where we're like, what about that card? So yeah, let's Sprite Elf. I'm a big fan of the card, you guys know that, but still understandable. Very, very understandable ban. Unfortunately, card has been made way too powerful. Bashi, thank you for the 2 months. I appreciate you a lot. Thank you. Limited, we have a Blaster and Glow Up Bulb, which I believe both of those cards were banned. And I'm not gonna lie, I think that's pretty hype. I'm a big fan of both of these cards. I think Blaster, let's be real, Blaster is probably not gonna have a big impact. I don't really see the card making a big impact on the metagame. Like, is this the first Dragon Ruler that they got back, or do they? I'm pretty sure they also have Tempest, right? Because we have Tempest and no one is playing it anymore, right? So I don't think we're gonna see Blaster ever do anything. It's also already in Master Duel and no one bats an eye at Blaster, right? So there's that. Glow Up Bulb, on the other hand, is a card with actual like potential to be a good card. If at anything, this card is a super easy, you know, Link 2 climb, including a tuner. Like it's free bodies, multiple tuners. It can even turn into like a relinquished Anima going second, so that could be something. It's an Earth, so it makes Nat Beast. It's a good discard. It's a good mill. Like, this card is pretty good, especially considering that they already had like that Synchron kind of deck that sometimes did something, right, in the OCG. So this card probably slots into that deck really well. It's not a Synchron, but I could still see it. Also, they have like a very Earth-dominant metagame right now because of like Vernusylphs and Super Heavy Samurais. And I feel like that card just slots right in. Right? That card just slots right into a lot of decks right now over there. So I'm definitely expecting this card to see play. Which is, yeah. I don't think this card in itself is the concerning part, though. Like, let's be real. In 2023, a card like this is probably not the problem card. Like it might end up being a meta dominant threat, but that's probably because other cards are left unchecked. Like I'm looking at, like, I'm still not seeing Block Dragon anywhere, so you know, like if an Earth Pile is dominant, I don't think we should point at Glow Up Bulb and be like, hey, that card's the problem, because I think that's Block Dragon, dude. All right. We have one Mudora and one Kelbeck, which I have nothing else to say other than what took you so long, OCG, dude? Like, what took you so long? Holy shit. Did you really think 4 of each, like 4 Millers and 4 Shufflers was fine? Like, nah. Shocker, that was not enough. Okay, anyways, 1 and 1, we take those. Now, these next 2 make me personally pretty sad, because I really didn't expect this. I don't really know why they had to do it to my boys like that. I think Bestial Lubellion, compared with a lot of other cards that are on the ban list right now, is like such a tame card. Like, Lubellion is such a based card. Such a cool, you know, grindy gameplay it represents. I really hate the fact that Bestial Lubellion out of all cards is limited. I feel like that is such a fine card. Like, I mean, if you look at the Bestial decks, there was like Bestial Sprite Synchro piles that were like pretty good, but I don't think Lubellion is the card you want to touch there. Like, why is it not Chaos Ruler? Like, how is it not Chaos Ruler? That's the problem. I don't know. And then for Sprite, I honestly think that with an elf ban, this is super uncalled for, because they now, like, think about it. They have no elf, 1 blue, 1 jet, and 1 starter. Dalmons, thank you for the 6 months. Exactly, right? They're banning so much around Chaos Ruler that it feels really, really awkward to me. Like, it's a really questionable decision to go like, yeah, they're playing this dragon sprite deck, so we really need to hit all the dragons on all the sprites. You're like, nah, you just had to ban the Chaos Ruler, you know? But yeah, I mean, now 1 blue, 1 jet, 1 starter. Sprite is like, it's gone. It's just overkill. Then we have Havness and Merly, also limited, which I believe now makes it so that the OCG has pretty much completely annihilated and murdered pretty much all of Power of the Elements. Literally, look at Power of the Elements, bro. Almost every single card from that set, is like limited. Look at this. Look at this. This is how roughly how Ishizu tier looked like when it was at full power. Look at what they had to do. Look at what they had to do. They just traveled back in time and just deleted Power of the Elements. And the Darkwing Blast as well, dude. They also just like got rid of Darkwing Blast and Magnificent Mavens. They were like, hey, yo, these 3 sets in a row? What if we just forgot about it? What if we just acted like we didn't do that? You know? Hey, what if we just forgot about it? You know, like Sprite, Tearlaments, Bestials, Kashtira, Ishizu cards. We were joking. We weren't serious. Did you think we wanted those cards to be in the game? Nah, bro. We were joking. Here, have a ban list. Everything is now not allowed anymore. Just go back. Like, just undo. Just like Alt F4 out of the last couple sets. So, like, I don't know what this is supposed to mean. Like, Are they feeling like something is wrong? I think something has to be wrong if you basically have to literally hit every single card out of a set. Like that is nah. I think that is a very weird kind of self-report that like not even 1 year after these sets, everything is gone. I feel like there has to be something in with the card design team. Like someone has to sit down and be like, hey, that, I mean, it's fine if you make a couple too powerful cards. We're all here for some power creep, you know? That's something we have come to terms with, I feel like. Because, you know, that's a natural thing in card games that don't have rotation. There is going to be power creep, but like that's a little much, you know, the fact that you feel like you have to literally limit every single card that everyone that has touched the table basically in the last half a year or almost a year, like that's crazy. And then we have skill drain. Now, can we have that? Can we have that in the TCG as well? It's not very often, chat. Let me make that clear. It's not very often that I look at an OCG ban list and I'm like, can we have that? Not very often. But this is one of those cases. This is one of those cases. I hope this means there is some sort of awareness for the play patterns that floodgates provide. And this, yeah, historically, I don't think it's ever been a thing where, you know, at least recently, anything that happened in the OCG did not mean that it would also happen in the TCG. Like, for example, I personally thought that, and I'm pretty sure I'm not the only one, I thought that Perla Rhino being limited in the OCG was like almost a giveaway that we were gonna get the same thing in the TCG, but that never happened, right? We got very different hits to the recent archetypes. So this doesn't mean we're also gonna get that in the TCG, but I can hope. I can inhale a little bit of copium every now and then. So, well. Semi-limit. Ancient Fairy Dragon. Was this card at 1? Because I don't think it makes a difference if this card is at 1 or 2. I find that very bizarre. Actually, the same goes for these two down here, now that we're speaking of it. I guess this is kind of like a testament to they don't want to go from 1 to 3 immediately. I guess the internal procedure is like, we're going from 1 to 2, see if it's a problem, and then we go to 3. I guess that's the only way I can explain it, because honestly, two ancient, no one's ever gonna play 2 ancient fairy dragons. Saryuja can matter in some combo decks, but I will say that in the TCG, the card is at 3 for ages, and it's caused some problems, but that was like 5 years ago. I feel like, you know, at this point in time, like, the card doesn't even see play at 1 most of the time, so. And then, I told you about this card, but when it got unbanned before, that this card is just not good. You know, people were coping on this, like, frame 1, and it's still copium. This card is not efficient or good anymore. And Gazelle, probably same thing. I mean, I'm all for unbanning Gazelle, so that's a good thing, but it's probably not gonna matter that much. Steam the Cloak is a card that I was originally a little bit worried about, but I think it has been proven that the card is fine. I can't think of an instance where I thought, damn, I hate the fact that this card is legal again in the TCG. I haven't seen much going on with this card. So it is fine, you know. Halqifibrax is banned, so I guess a lot of the casualties that got murdered because of Halqifibrax can just slowly come off the list. It's still a powerful card. And it could see play eventually, but I don't think it's a problem card. Thunder Dragon Hawk at 2 is probably also fine, even though the OCG still has Colossus. The OCG still has Colossus, so this is kind of a Monka-esque situation, but Thunder Dragon Hawk is not the problem. Once again, I just want to clarify that. Nadir Servant is absolutely fine in my book. I think that card is just, it's a good card. It's a powerful card, but I'm down for this card to actually be unbanned. I think it's okay. I think the only thing that Dogmatica ever did that I would be aware of being problematic is like the Winda thing, right? And so just ban Winda, dude. Get it over with at some point. It's probably never gonna happen, but like this card is not the issue. Judgment. Please do not tell my 2013 self that I would ever say this, but this card kind of sucks now. It's like, I can't believe that I'm saying this, but like, it's not seen play. I don't know, dude. Like, I can't fathom. Like, my boomer brain still is like, how is this card ever okay? But somehow it just doesn't do anything. Somehow it just does not do anything. So there you go. Have a second judgment. Runic Fountain at 2 is a very, very weird hit. Like, what the hell is that? What the hell is that? This is the end of the semi-limit, so this is the only hit to Runic, which is like every single Runic deck besides Runic Stun would only use 2 copies anyways. So if you wanted to do anything about it, you had to put it to 1. I feel like. It hits Runic Stun, but only in a very, very minor way. It hits Runic Stun in a very, very minor way. I mean, you're still fine with 2 copies. I guess the bigger hit to Runic Stun is Skill Drain, but there's that. I mean, it's a very odd choice in my opinion. It's a very odd choice, but it has been made regardless. Unbans Galatea. Does that put Orcus to full power in the OCG? I'm pretty sure the answer is yes, right? But I also think that doesn't mean anything. Well, okay, no Mermaid. No Mermaid. All right. And Girsu is still at 1. Okay. Well, I think it's fine for Galatea to be unlimited. I don't see this thing causing any problems anytime soon. Swap Frog. The OCG has no Toad, no Ronin Toad in. Rest in peace, my boys. But I'm pretty sure that means Swap Frog has no business being on the ban list. Like, what the hell? Like, chill. You don't have to murder my entire existence. Like, that's not necessary. Oh, Ronin is legal. Really? Ooh. Ooh. Okay, I was wrong. In that case, that's kind of cool. But I do think that's still fine without Toad. I mean, we have Swap Frog and Ronin in Master Duel. And the only deck that would ever think about playing them is Sprite. But Sprite in the OCG now is like something you don't even talk about anymore. They don't know what that word means anymore. Like, no elf, 1 blue, 1 jet, 1 starter. Yeah, Swap Frog and Ronin can be free. They can roam freely, I'm pretty sure. No Toad? Nah, that's okay. 3 Kagaris. How many engages do they have? 2 engage. Okay. 2 engage. 3 Kagari. Could that deck see play now? I am really not sure still. I'm not convinced. I've thought about it before in the TCG because we've discussed this before. And I think even if hypothetically Sky Striker had like full power with like 3 engaged, 3 Kagari, I'm not sure if the fundamental playstyle of the deck still suits, 2023 Yu-Gi-Oh! Because it's like by default, a deck that tries to play the game for that many turns doesn't seem that great in 2023 Yu-Gi-Oh! The only card I'm concerned of is Drones. Yeah, Drones. But that card was never even that good in pure Sky Striker. It was just like splashed in Link decks. That's the problem. But like, as for pure Sky Striker, I don't know if this is gonna make an impact. I mean, I'm interested to see it. I'm interested to see it actually. And you guys know that I actually am a fan of Sky Striker. I really, really liked Sky Striker as like a control deck that was actually viable without floodgates in 19. There was a time, believe it or not, when Sky Striker was not like a degen floodgate deck. It was just good because it outgrinded, you know? And then at some point with power creep, Sky Striker was left behind. Everything else got power creeped. Sky Striker got hit on the banlist a little bit. And then Sky Striker became like this universally hated floodgate deck. But I think in its core, Sky Striker is a very, very fun deck to play. At least I like it. You know, I understand some people don't like it, but I personally like it. Except for that one day. Yeah, we don't talk about that one day, all right? Outside of that one day, I'm a pretty big fan of Sky Striker. So there's that. So I'm actually not... This is not a Monka situation for me where I'm like scared that this is going to be good again. I think it's actually... It would not be the worst if Sky Striker is a good deck again. Yadagarasu... Yeah, once again, don't tell this to any of the boomers from back in the day, but this card sucks now. And Cursed Outland. I think that is a perfect trade. You know, I would trade that any day. You know, give Eldritch all of their engine cards at full power as long as you take away some of these floodgates. I'll take it. I'll take it any day. So overall, this is the end of the ban list. Overall, what do I think of this ban list? I think I have three main thoughts about this ban list. The first and overall thought is that I think it's a solid ban list where most of these cards are moving in the right direction. The cards that are on the ban list are moving in the right direction. Like for example, a card like Gazelle should be moving away from the ban list, whereas a card like Skill Drain should be moving onto the ban list. And you know, Ishizu cards, tier limit cards, arguably Sprites and Bastille, I think that's iffy. I think they might have done a little bit too much there. But the cards that are on here are moving in the right direction, I think. Most of them. So that's a good thing. My second thought, though, is that there's a lot of cards. Like, I would think this is a fine ban list if it happened in TCG, like this. But then I'm thinking, like, I have to remind myself, hey, wait, this is OCG. And now, in that context, I think it looks a little bit more ridiculous. Because, like, why are we hitting Bestial Lubellion when cards like Block Dragon, Chaos Ruler, Maxi, all those cards are just roaming free. And we're like, hey, you know what? This Bestial Baldrake guy, kind of sus. That needs to go. I'm like, that's questionable. That is questionable reasoning. Let's say that much. So that's my biggest concern with this is like they're still refusing to really hit problem cards because there's not that many actually really problematic cards on this list that they actually decided to hit. They were like, Skill Drain is an absolute problem card, and Ishizu cards are absolute problem cards. That's basically it. Everything else is like engine pieces where you could have also done something else. You know, you didn't have to hit Baldrake. You didn't have to hit Druid's Worm. You could have also hit these decks in other ways. It's not like this one problematic card that ruins every single game. That's only like Ishizu's and the Skill Drain. Everything else is like, you know, maybe you could argue Elf because it was so generic. Yes, but like, there's a lot of more, you know, it's not, there's a lot of other cards where I'm like, why is this card not on here? So as far as, if this was a TCG list, I'd be basically fine with it. Ericos, thank you for the 7 months. Appreciate you. See you at London. Yeah. And then my last and final thought on this ban list. My last and final thought is that I don't know how I feel about the fact that basically what I said earlier, all of Power of the Elements, all of Darkwing Blast, all of Magnificent Mavens, and even parts of Photon Hypernova are now almost entirely hit on the ban list in some way, shape, or form. You know? Like, that just doesn't really add up in my head. Like, I think it's I think the ban list is not supposed to be like this, because at this point in time, they're basically like forcing a rotation, right? They're making decks so powerful, and then they hit every single card from them, so they basically rotate it. Like, Sprite is rotated. Like, Power of the Elements rotated out in the OCG. It's gone. It's gone. It's just all of it is rotated. Tearlaments rotated. Sprite rotated. Bestial rotated. It's not like we have like some leftovers, but that's not leftovers, dude. There's like one blue, one jet, one starter. That's not leftovers. That is gone. So I don't know if they are trying to make like one big cut and really change. Like, if they're like, hey, yeah, these sets were an issue. But honestly, I didn't even feel that way about them. I didn't even feel like they were this huge mistake that like ruined everything, because I enjoyed, for the most part, I enjoyed Sprite gameplay, I enjoyed Bestial gameplay, I enjoyed Tearlaments gameplay. For the most part, except for the Shizu cards and Kashtira, I think Sprite, Bestial, and Tearlaments were actually like cool design. So I wish they just like balanced them out a little bit better so they didn't have to kill them all completely. That's basically my thoughts on this. I think it's kind of sad that like archetypes get just like completely annihilated like this. Yeah. And also, can someone explain to me why they didn't touch the Earth decks at all? Because like, that isn't that pretty dominant, like super heavy samurai and shit like that. Why is this not here? Where is it? They even gave them glow up bulb. They even gave them glow up bulb, so it's like, why? What the hell? What the hell is Block Dragon, dude? Have they read Block Dragon? I have so many questions. But it is what it is. Somehow, I don't take it for whatever it means. Whenever I look at, or most of the time I look at stuff from the OCG, I start feeling a little bit less bad about certain things in the TCG. Whatever that means. Yeah. So that's that. All right. There you go. That's my reaction to the OCG ban list. The OCG ban list comes from Japan format. Earth is not relevant in Japan. I'm from Korea, by the way. Okay. But why is that? What's the difference between like the Chinese metagame and the Japanese metagame? Is it just like preferences? I don't know if we have many OCG players in chat right now, but like I don't really understand why there's a difference that huge, right? Halashstein, thank you for the prime. Appreciate that. The Chinese like Earth Pile a lot, but Japan is mid-range control heavy. Okay. So what you're saying is like in Japan, they played a lot more like Tearlaments, Sprite Bestial, and that's why these decks ended up getting hit completely, and they just ignore the possibility of Earth decks just coming out and stomping everyone now? I'm not sure if that even makes sense. China has its own ban list? Really? Are you chatting right now, or is that actually factual? I've never heard it. I'm not sure. That is true? Oh. Interesting. What's the Chinese ban list like? Someone find me that ban list. Someone find me that ban list right now. China Yu-Gi-Oh ban list. I just Googled that and I'm finding the exact same ban list. I think you were chatting. So I found this when I Googled. But it's the same one. It's just Elf is now banned. Blaster got limited. Like, it's the same list. This is Japan. Yeah, well, I mean, I Googled China Yu-Gi-Oh! Ban list. So what else do you want me to Google? like I don't know what else to do. Okay, well, most Chinese use OCG anyways. So I have a friend who lives in China, plays OCG list. Okay, so what wait. So what you're saying is there is a Chinese ban list, but they ignore it and play the OCG ban list most of the time. Okay, whatever. It feels like something we don't need to talk about that much. It feels like something that doesn't matter that much. I think it's this list. Okay. Okay. But no. This is just the isn't this just the last OCG ban list? This is just the last. All right. Let's move on. Let's move on. It's fine. Let us move on. All right. Another announcement that was made. I don't think there is much of substance here, but they have announced the next main set after, what is it, Duelist Nexus. It is called Age of Overlord. And I think that's all the information we have. Is there like a cover already? No. Okay. We know nothing about this set yet. Only that July, which is in 4 months, there's going to be the set after Duelist Nexus, and it's called Age of Overlord. I've seen some theories about what that means, because like typically the set name has something to do with some support in the set. But I don't know what it means for this one, because like for Power of the Elements, I think that was called Power of the Elements because there was like the cover card was an elemental hero, and there was like sprites had something to do with elements, I guess. I don't know. But I don't know what Age of Overlord is supposed to mean. Overlord kind of sounds like a psychic type theme to me. There's like a couple psychic Overlord cards, but I don't know if that means anything. You know, I have no idea. Could be anything. We'll see. We will get spoilers for this soon enough, I'm pretty sure. All right. Xenor, thank you for the 7 months. It is really, I am also concerned about that, because I'm a little, I'm gonna be honest, I'm a little behind on my preparation. I feel like I should have done more in the last couple weeks, but that's how it is sometimes. I've been pretty busy these last couple weeks, but yeah. Speaking of which, let us hop into some meta recap of the past weekend. Now, this is, let me make that a little bit bigger. Once again, referring to the Septo spreadsheet, exclamation mark spreadsheet if you want to check it out yourself. This is the regional results that have been compiled so far from the last weekend, which honestly doesn't look that much different from week 5, I want to say. Let me pull that up for comparison. We had 35% Cash Tira, where now it's like 27.5, but we have less decks. We have 13% Sprite, now it's 15% Sprite. So the top two have stayed the same. And then behind it, we have Branded, Mathmech getting a little bit more love this week. Branded, Sword Soul, Labyrinth, Trap Tricks, Dark World, Dragon Link, Drytron, for Hire, Naturia, and Other. So I assume the For Hire is some sort of runic. So this is at least some amount of runics here. Like, I know that like Naturia is usually a runic deck. For Hire is I think a runic deck. And some of the sprites are probably also runic. So if you combine it into like runic archetypes, it's like runic is probably the third biggest on this pie chart. If you count the runic decks as one thing, it's probably around 6 to 7. Of course, this is not that many decks yet, because I'm pretty sure a lot of the information is still missing and still being compiled. But for now, this is what we get. This is the information we have before YCS London. Cash Tira deck to beat. However, I will say the format is still quite diverse to the point where, for example, I played in 6 rounds, I played 3 Cash Tiras, but I know that Ben, who won the Cologne Regional with Despia, faced 0 Cash Tiras in 8 rounds. So that can happen still. That can happen still, apparently. But as far as predicting a metagame for YCS London, I think there is going to be a solid portion of players that are going to play Cash Tira. I think it's like YCS London, and I think most other Motley, thank you for the 3 months. This week is the week. I think most of the other YCSs are also going to be 12 rounds. I don't know. Does anyone have a number for how big LA is going to be? Does anyone know how big LA is going to be? Because I don't know off the top of my head. Looks like no one does. 2K maybe? I don't know. For London, I'm pretty sure we had 3.6 thousand tickets. And are we sold out? Is YCS London sold out? London at least 3K? Oh yeah, I think so. 3.6K sold out. Okay. Whew. So that is going to be 12 rounds of Swiss. And I don't think with this number, I don't think that you can have a draw and 2 losses. Let me quickly, we've done this before, but let me very quickly double check before I'm chatting again. Let's assume 3-6 flat, 12 rounds, top 64. That means 53 players with 10-2 will make top cut and 5.4 will miss. Assuming there's going to be some draws, that means almost every 10-2 will make it. Almost every 10-2 will make it. There's going to be a little less than 58 10-2s because some people will have draws. So it's probably going to be safe with 10 and 2. But with a draw, you can probably not make it. Like, depending on how many draws exactly we have, it could be that, like, you know, the last 2 or 3 places are with a draw. But I'm pretty sure that, like, 99% you are out if you have a draw and 2 losses. So you need to go 10 and 2. I saw a top cut calculator with draw. It's not possible. Right? It's not possible to calculate how many people will draw because that's not a guaranteed number. It's not actually possible to yeah. The word on the street is London is more than 3.6k. We'll see. I mean, there might also be no shows which affect it in a different way because they drop after round 1. You can estimate it. I think if it's exactly 3,600 players, I think most likely all the X2s will make it, but it's going to be close. And if we get a little higher than that, like if we go all the way up to 4,000, if we go all the way up to 4,000, it actually starts being a little bit more worrying, right? Like when like 51 make it and 13 miss. Not a great feeling. I have missed on top cut before with X2. At YCS London, actually. Monka Christ. That was YCS London 2017 or 18, the spiral one. I went 9-2 and I made like 36th place or something. And it was top 32. That felt pretty bad. I don't want that to happen again. Not again. Not in London. Okay. But yeah, that's kind of Monka. But I think my current expectation for a 12-round tournament would be that you should probably expect to face at least, I want to say, 3 or 4 cash tiras in the Swiss rounds. But more likely, I would expect it to be like 5-ish, maybe 6. I don't know if that's too many. But yeah. But there's that. I think it's going to be, you have to expect to face like 4 to 5 cash tiras, and then like the rest. The problem is, what's the rest going to be? Is the rest like a bunch of sprites, a bunch of math mech, a bunch of branded, a bunch of sword soul, a bunch of labyrinth, or just like one of each? I don't know. It's like there's one constant in the format, which is that you will face cash tira, but everything else is like, might happen, might not happen. Yeah, who knows? Maybe you see those decks sometimes, not all the times. You know, like it's kind of hard to predict. But Kashtira is like the one deck that you will face. I played 4 OTS the last 6 weeks and faced 0 Kashtira. Well, to be fair though, it's different when it's a YCS. I'm pretty sure a lot of people are like more willing to experiment at like regionals, OTS championships, and at a 12-round tournament. Like if you expect Kashtira to be a top tier deck in the format, Kashtiras are more likely to also perform well. So if you plan on doing, like, if you're like in the XO or X1 bracket, there's probably going to be a high density of Kashtira, so you're more likely to face it. Like it's the odds of facing a certain deck are going to be different in round number 12 than in round number 1, because in round number 1 you have the entire pie chart of the format available technically. So but after round number 12, if you're sitting at a good table, you're like, okay, there's probably a higher density of cash tiras, right? And so I think that's something you need to factor in, is that if you're planning to do well at a tournament, the deeper you go, the more likely you're facing the other successful decks, right? And so like it's very unlikely that you're going to face a Drytron in round number 12, for example. It can happen, but probably not. How do your regional go? We do not talk about it. Well, we have talked about it, but we do not talk about it again. All right, now let us make this a little bit smaller and look at some of these decks, shall we? Let's see. There's not that many profiles yet, but maybe there is something interesting. We have 2 Sword Souls in top 4 of the regional. The other top 4 deck was a Marinces. We have a Life Twin Sprite. We have a Life Twin Sprite in top 8. Dark World. This was the Cologne Regional. This is what I went to. So Branded won it. Mathmech got second, I think. Kashtira. This is I'm pretty sure this is the guy I lost to in round 2. Seems like he was running hot the entire day, because to me it felt unstoppable. But Melfi Sprite made top 8. All right, sadly no list for that. I would have liked to see that. Kashtira, another Sprite. I know this one was Runic Sprite with some life twins. Then and Labyrinth made top 8. Kashtira, Sword Soul, Her Higher, Runic. Okay. I need to see that one. That is something I need to find out about.
Right. What's up, guys? We're at the Philly Regionals, and who we here with?
Jake Savage.
And what place you get?
5th place with Runic for Hire.
And we're about to get that deck profile.
Yes,
You got any shout-outs or anything before we get into
Shout out my own YouTube channel, Rarest, Kazaarus. I try and do weekly profiles of fun decks and rogue decks. And
Link will be in the description, too, and
absolutely.
you know he's competitive because we're sitting here with a top 8 profile.
And shout out to my boys Darren and Alex. I came up with Tyler. He just won the regional last week. And all the people I tested.
Profile on the channel if you want to watch it. You ready to get into it?
Absolutely.
All right, let's go.
All right, so the cores are very big. There's not much room for non-engine.
Is it just me? Or does he sound like Dub-K Dad? Why does he sound like Dub-K Dad? Why am I in throwback land right now?
3 Rex, 3 Fossil Dig. You have to see this card. It makes every play that you do so much easier. If you open multiple, it's absolutely fine. You do the effect on your turn to add back, and then the effect on their turn to add back. And just having names to negate with Rafale or Wiz on turn 1 is great.
There's no way I'm the only one.
3 beats. Again, you just want to draw names to discard off of Hugin, so that when you go, if it gets interrupted, you can go for Donner to trigger beat anyway. You just want to open them. You don't want to open a ton of non-runic and for hire cards, because that's what the brick hands consist of.
What does any of that do? Hold up. Let me open up that sweet, sweet database, and we shall find out what these cards actually do. For hire. We're down bad the week before the YCS if we're looking at for hire cards, but all right. Beat Bladesman for hire. Oh, I know this one from Duel Links. During your main phase, you can special summon a monster for hire from your hand, except beat. If a monster is special summoned to your field while you control this monster, you can add a for hire monster from your deck to your hand. Okay. And then there was the little guy, Rex. If this card is normal or special summoned, you can add a spell trap for hire from your deck to your hand. During the main phase, if you control a monster for hire, you can banish this card from your grave, then target a card for hire in your grave. Either add it to your hand or special summon it if it was a monster. You can only use each effect of Rex once per turn. Okay, so that card's solid. That card's just a free +1. That card's a level 2 too. I hate this text change. I do think it's very odd that they decided to pull through with the wordplay. It's kind of cringe. Wait, what did I do? Okay.
For the 1-0s, 1 Rafala, 1 Wiz, 1 Seal, 1 Dumpo.
Oh nah, that's so many cards I need to read. Okay, Wiz is the one that negates spell and traps. I remember that one from Duel Links as well. So Wiz is the one that if you special summon, it gains some life points, and when they activate a spell and trap, you can discard a for hire card to negate the activation, and that's once per turn. Okay. Seal is in there. Yes. Seal is during your main phase, special summons a for hire from hand. If a monster for hire is special summoned, you can target a for hire in the grave, add it to your hand. Okay, so it's beat, but from the graveyard, so that's worse because it's not a starter. I see. And we also have Donpa. That's the one that pops. If a monster for hire is special summoned, you can target a face-up card, destroy it. Yes, I know that one. And Philo, during your main phase, you can special summon a for hire from hand, except Philo. If a monster for hire is special summoned, you can target a for hire in the grave, special summon it in defense position, but place it on the bottom of the deck if it leaves the field. Okay. Noted.
Philo. So I think of them as sprite monsters. This is Jet, this is Blue, this is...
Not wrong. not super right. Oh, we need to read that one. If this card is special summoned, you can excavate the top cards of your deck equal to the number of monsters for hire you control with different names, except Rafale. If you do, add one of them to your hand. Oh, okay. Also shuffle the rest back into your deck. When your opponent activates a monster effect, discard a card for hire, negate the activation. Ah, it doesn't destroy. You can only use each effect of Rafale once per turn. Okay, good card. Like a prosperity. I don't know how consistently you can add, like, you can look at multiples, right? Like, because if you just go like normal summon beat, special this, you can only look at one card, so it's basically a draw one. But, okay. Sometimes you can look at 2 or 3, so that increases in quality. I hate the fact that the negate doesn't destroy, so it's like much worse against cards like Fenrir, Unicorn. But it is what it is.
This is red and this is carrot. They're all, this is a monster negate, spell trap negate. This also gains you life and time. Thankfully I didn't go to time at all today, even though everyone had to read my cards. And then this is a pot of duality that excavates equal to your other for hires.
Yeah, this card's crazy.
It adds any card. This is why the deck flows so well together, because you open too few runic cards, this gets you to the rest. And if you open too few for hire cards, this can get you extra names. Yep. So this card's absolutely wild. I was playing 2 at first, and I was playing 41, but I wanted to keep it an even 40. I had it here just in case like cash banished or something, but I didn't play a single cash all day, even though the deck does fight against it because you have all the runic spells. Most people just go for...
Is Josh seriously considering for hire? I don't even know what the deck does. That's why we're looking at it. So I'm currently, I have no opinion on it. So no, currently I'm not considering it, but I'm looking at it.
Rise our pass, and it's pretty easy to answer. And then for the other one of little...
This feels like a lot of engine requirements for a runic deck, right? It's like, okay, you have 3 of the good ones like Regs, Fossil Dig, and Beat. That's like, that's Pog. But the fact that you need to play so many other ones apparently feels a little awkward.
Guys, Seal really helps in the grind game to keep resources in your hand for negates. Dampa is... if you don't open runic cards, this is how you pop on your opponent's turn with just for hire. So yeah. Folgo will draw 3.
You don't need them? Okay.
And then Philo is for link plays to get to like Underworld Goddess to get out Dragoon or just to make IP or something.
Do you do the Heat Soul line?
I do not do the Heat Soul line. I don't find it to be necessary. The deck's already drawing enough. If you're getting to Heat Soul, you're resolving the rest of the combo, so you're pretty fine. And I just needed room for other stuff. So
fair.
Those 3, that's for hires. And then of course the 1 reborn, and then the 2 rookie.
Mayhem for hire. This is the one of. Targeted for hire in your grave. Special summon it once per turn. Okay, noted. And we have rookie. Attribute a monster. Special summon a monster for hire from your hand or deck whose level is 1 higher or 1 lower than the attributed monster had on the field. You cannot declare attacks the turn you activate this card except with for hire. You can only activate 1 rookie per turn. Oh, I mean, I see why. I see why this is somewhat of a good card, but damn, isn't this kind of sad that if you tribute Hugin, you can't get the Rex? Wouldn't that be really nice if you could do that? But you can get Beat, but Beat alone doesn't do anything, right? But, I mean, okay, I hope... Is there a combo?
Rookie's good to open, but, like, the brick hands are consistent when I open too many of these. I wanted enough search targets, but, like, if I just wanted to see Rex to get to these. And if I open this, I would search the other, vice versa. But, like, you don't need more than 3 of these. It's enough. Runic cards, 3 tip, 3 destruction, 3
show me more than 15.
3 freezing curses, 2 slumber, 1 smiting storm, 1
16
smelling, and 2 fountain. So 16 total. It's a very solid chance to open 2. It's like 65% or something versus 60% if I play 15. You vary these so that you have multiple names instead of just playing 3 slumber. I want multiple names to resolve to try and resolve like 1 or 2 fountains turn 1. It's easy to clear the runics from the extra monster zone because you can just use rookie to tribute the Hugin.
Oh yeah.
Tribute to any monster, or you can overlay for IP Masquerade or for Mannequin Cat or something like that. And then the 5 non-engine, 3 Ash, 2 Nibiru. Okay. These cards are great.
Room for 5 non-engine. We chose Ash and Nibiru. Okay.
All day. I didn't want to get 5 zone locked like Ash. I know they're not doing it often, but like I wanted to have Nibiru for them in case they did. And then I have all the runic cards to add just a Rise Heart Pass.
This is the awkward spot you're forced into when you're playing a deck like Runic or also Branded, where those decks don't have that much room for non-engine, so you need to make a call on what to play. Because you like, it's not Sprite where you can be like, okay, I can play some hand traps, but I can also play some power spells or whatever, or other decks that can do that, like Mathmech or whatnot, or Kashtira itself. Runic is a deck that like, you just can't like have an answer for everything. Like you're gonna be like, okay, I have Nib for the zone lock, I have Ash for Branded, but like I don't have the really powerful board breakers and whatnot. But yeah, that's just the awkward spot. It's just what you expect when you play, what you accept when you play Runic.
I like that you picked hand traps for going second cards too, because you can draw them on their turn, and it's like even more advantageous. Board breakers and stuff don't seem as good.
Exactly, and all the runic cards are board breakers. There's just 1-for-1 trades, and then you fountain, shuffle them all back to draw. In a few weeks, you could cut these just to play 3 Ash and play like 1 more runic card and 1 more for hire card, but like I figure I cut a little bit down on non-engine just to give me a better chance.
Did you see the Mathmech Runic top 8 deck already? No, I have not. That's a crazy recipe. I've not heard of that at all yet.
Go a second.
Obviously worked out too.
Extra deck. 2 Hugin, 1 Moonin, 1 Jerry, whatever. You need multiple Hugin. This is what you're typically summoning so that you can summon Beat from deck. Sometimes having Moonin is good to summon Rex if you just open Rookie to get Rex in rotation. Gary's nice to add back Fountain. You can also tribute him to summon Beat or like do some like crashing plays with him. Definitely came up once or twice, so definitely glad I played him. Runic Links, 3 Donner. 3 is just like, especially with Cash.
Oh right, Donner's a for hire, and Donner has a What's the other effect of Donner when he's in a for hire deck? I actually never realized. You contribute a monster, special summon a for hire from hand or grave with a different original name. Then, if you tributed a link monster to activate this effect, you can special summon 1 more such monster. Okay, so you make it with 2 monsters, and then you tribute it to summon 2 monsters back. It doesn't seem crazy, but because it summons, I'm pretty sure it summons after each other, so you can like, summon Beat first and then summon another name, and that triggers Beat or something like that. I'm pretty sure that's how it works.
Format 3 is just mandatory. You do 1 turn 1 typically to trigger Beat if you don't have enough names. You do it on the next turn if they break your board to trigger for hires with like very little resources, and just having enough to do that after it gets banished off of Kashtira is good.
So what's the? Okay. Let's say you have a Runic and the Rex, because he said the Rex is the best starter. So we go special summon Runic Fusion, normal summon Rex, grab the emergency teleport, then we activate teleport, tribute to level 2, summon Beat, then we make Donner. Donner revives Beat first, then Rex. So Beat triggers to add Rafale, and then Beat summons Rafale. So, and then Rafale excavates 2 and adds 1. Okay. I see 2 problems. The first problem is that combo only works if you start with Rex, which is why we're playing 6 copies, but like, what is the combo with Beat plus Runic, for example? I don't think that does anything unless we draw another for hire. So that's kind of awkward, but we're playing like 6 really good starters, and we're playing a bunch of more situational starters, right? So that's like, okay. And the other thing is it actually plays into Nib really hard, right? Because you go special Hugin, Davey Senator, thank you for the 5 months. I appreciate that so much. You go special Hugin, Rex, that's 2 summons. Donner, that's 3. Donner revives 2, so that's 5. So then when you trigger Beat to add Rafale, they can nib you before you can use Beat to summon from hand. Right? So you get nibbed before you get you get to summon the Rafale from your hand. Which is kind of awkward, right? It's like exactly like you would like to have that Rafale before you can get nibbed so you can play around nib. but that does not seem possible. I mean, unless you have other hands, but that 2-card combo does not do it.
But again, I didn't play any today, which is like crazy. I played 4 Despia.
Then you can use
then
Rex
2
in
Folgo.
grave. Oh, right. We still have Rex in the graveyard. But doesn't that only work? Wasn't that only if we have a for hire on the field? During the main phase, if you control a for hire, you can banish this card from the grave, target a for hire in the grave, and we can add back. So we can chain to Nib. No, we don't. There's nothing in the grave. No, we can't. We cannot.
You go through 2 sometimes. If you do, so
Oh, it's Folgo. Folgo for hire. Where are you? 3 monsters with different types. Cannot be used as link material. If this card is link summoned, you can special summon a for hire with a different type from the 3 monsters used for the link summon from your deck in defense position. If a card your opponent controls is destroyed by battle or card effect, you can draw a card. Then, if you control 3 or more monsters for hire with different names, draw 2 additional cards. You can only use each effect of Folgo once per turn. Woo! Okay. That's a good card. That's a good card. Also, we hit the sub goal. Yo, we hit the sub goal. Thank you. Okay. Well, you know what that means. Get him ready. Thank you guys so much for the support recently. Let's get some robot lithium in here. You know what that means. Best of 3 versus meta. That was funny. That was funny. Hey, no. Mods, no Mr. Destructoids in chat. Only PPDs. No, the rules did not change. The rules did not change for the remix. PPDs only, no Destructoids. No Destructoids. Okay. Anyways, Folgo's a pretty good card. All right.
Trap checks, they rejected me game 1, game 3, but I had Folgo with IP and 2 other monsters. So I linked IP and my 2 other monsters for a second Folgo.
And then it's protected.
Yeah, that one's protected. It summons from deck, and then I have Rex to summon from grave again to get 3, to reestablish 3.
Crazy.
And get the draw 3 again. So you can do that through like board breakers, or just like having the second one if cash banishes it again.
Why do you hate Branded? I don't hate Branded. I think Branded is a very cool deck. I just think it has some problems this format, but every deck does. I don't think Branded is bad by any means. I like Branded a lot. I think it's a cool deck. I just think it has some problems this format that are tough to solve, but I feel like that applies to many decks.
Very nice. IP, Unicorn, Tryhard. IP was great. I did it on a lot of end boards today just because Philo allows you to do that. And then sometimes you go into Unicorn to shuffle. Or like if you're climbing to access code, having Unicorn to shuffle something.
Week 5 and 6, Brandeds are topping just like it was before. Well, there's always development. I'm seeing a lot less D-barrier, for example. I think that's part of it. It's like whenever people stop respecting something a little bit too much, you can like grab it again and do well with it. But I don't think Branded is performing as well as people were expecting it to. I still think that's a fair statement to make.
Nice. I didn't miss any of the other nightmares to summon off of IP because like typically you'll have it with Donner with Dampa. So you can also just like link into Donner to trigger Dampa to pop. So like that also works. And then you have Donner that's protected from.
It's a top 3 deck. How better can it be? It could be a top 1 deck. it's like 4th place in the pie chart. Like what are we arguing about? It's not performing super well. Like what do you mean? Of course it could perform better than this. I don't understand the question. No one expected it to be number 1. Of course people expected it to be better than this, dude. It's 8% in top cuts. This is not even overall representation. Let me tell you, I saw a shit ton of Branded at Cologne Regionals. There was a shit ton of Branded. Like almost every single table, every single round, I look left, I look right, I see at least 2 or 3 Brandeds in like 4 decks. there was so many. Like, sheer branded representation forces it to be in top cuts, but the conversion rate for branded is awful. Like, there's definitely more brandeds at events than math mechs. There's more branded at events than sword souls. There's more brandeds than probably sprites. There's so many branded decks, and they are performing bad. I don't know what we're arguing about here. I know you're a branded fan, but it's not performing very well, this format. You can't argue that. Like, it's nah. It gets some top cut results by sheer representation, because if like 50 people enter a regional with branded, someone is not going to get ashed that much on that day. They're gonna have a run, but it's not performing well. It's a cheap deck, and that's why it has high representation. Yes, but if it was a good deck, and if it had high representation, why is it here? Why is it here? And in which world am I understating or whatever branded's potential when it's cheap, it's played a lot, and it's not putting up that great results? That is literally what I've been saying. There's very good reasons why branded is not performing as well as you probably want it to be. I don't know what the argument is. I don't know why we're having it while we're watching it for a higher deck profile. Branded is decent, but it's not like the Hail Mary solution for this format. It's not that great.
Card destruction.
Infa420, thank you for the prime. Appreciate you.
To just get the engine rolling again. This is like really good against Despia. Most of them don't have a main deck out to this, so like you can just main this.
So if you played 4 today, it was putting in work.
Yeah, well, I didn't even summon this. I didn't even have to. It was a crazy side card. And it's also an Eradicator target for Lab, so going first against Lab. They have like Lava Gold and Sphere modes, and they see your board, you put like 3 or 4 monsters up, so they keep those in, and then like game 2 or 3, you just make this set Eradicator pass. And then
kill all their side cards, blow them out.
Kill all their traps and turn off all their Sphere modes and Lava Golds and stuff, and then just out-resource them on the next game. Access code, it's just ways to get to more ways to pop and clear boards without a battle phase. And then Underworld Goddess definitely came up. I had to out 2 Dragoons with it. And I outed a
Please tell me the combo. Okay, there is some combos.
Nice,
all right.
Because you're sending it by game mechanic, you're link something with it, you're not sending it by my card. And then the last card in the deck was 1 Mannequin Cat, no Zeus. I figure if I'm getting to Mannequin Cat uncontested and to get to Zeus, I could have just played anyway. But the reason the Mannequin Cat is here is because if you get ashed on the Rex or the Hugin, you keep 2 level 2s on board to make Mannequin Cat, and then you overlay to clear the extra monster zone to turn on all your other runics, and then you detach the Mannequin Cat to target their Ash to reborn it, and then Mannequin Cat to target their Ash and summon your own. To put
you're only summoning your own Ash. I thought there was like a sick thing that you could summon.
Any other runic spell is able to make you Folgo, and you put a monster on their board turn 1
to Folgo
to draw 3,
Holy.
or you can leave it there.
Wait, no, but you don't draw 3, right? Do you draw 3? I thought you needed 3 for hires. Folgo will summon 1. But how do you get the third one? You need another extender. Okay, Sleeve Chief, thank you for the gift sub. Appreciate you guys. Don't forget to use that Josh 5, chat.
To turn off evenly and all the cast.
Did you see my enemy controller sleeves? Those were sick.
Yeah, if it's cash too, it's like a floodgate.
Wonder where I got these
insane.
from.
Once in testing and once today against my friend, unfortunately, he ashed me. I went Fountain Draw 3, he ashed, which seemed good, and then I went Mannequin Cat, target his
I'll just draw 3 again.
Oh, Rex can reborn too, but you don't have a another one in the grave, do you?
You're insane, dude. Are there other targets like
So if they draw,
you can discard one for Hugin, then it works. Yeah, I mean it's a pretty good backup plan to against Ash, because everyone's playing Ash, and you're like, okay, if that happens, you know, that's solid.
So like you can target draw to summon your for hires or stuff. So there technically are other targets. But
it's type or attribute, right?
Yeah, type or attribute. But the main one was just to give them their own Ash to summon my own.
It'd be kind of sick if there randomly was like a good fire for hire or a good zombie for hire, but apparently there's not.
That's so sick.
So, definitely cool. It was just like an epiphany that I had in the shower. I was like, How do I put a monster on the board? Also, if they nib me, I didn't get nibbed at all today, but if they nib me, that puts a monster on their board. Like if they nib me before I use Donner, I can use the nib token and any other runic to make Donner to trigger.
When can they even nib you before you make Donner? Because every combo that I have in my mind, you're like Donnering pretty early, but okay.
The reborn back for hires and keep playing.
Maybe if you have like 3 card combos or something, you make it later.
That didn't come out today because I didn't get nibbed at all. That's the deck list. Check out my channel for more in depth.
Do you want to do the side too? Or no?
Oh yeah, absolutely. My bad. It was
no, do combo.
I almost forgot the goo. Third Nibiru, 2 Imperm. I wanted something for. I had like 2 extra slots. I wanted something for Natura or Runic. Didn't play anything, but I just wanted to be able to deal with Nat Beast if they didn't play into Nibiru. And like against like Cash, like I wanted more going second cards against like Cash or something. But I sided this in a few times against Despia just because like Nibiru is not great. But I didn't see it at all. The best card was great with the Super Ancient Organism for sure.
The alties too.
Those
I always put this in going
dude.
second against Despia because if they put up Dragoon, I tried to bait. I baited it once with Fountain, and then I link climbed into Underworld Goddess, linked it off, and then set this, and then just flipped it up. They don't have the main deck out typically, and then they can't play. It's just missing.
I'm sure they didn't mean this, but they just said they don't have a main deck out, and you're siding the card, so kind of pog reasoning. But
Mine at home. If they do have an out, like my friend did, he had Cyclone, but I banished him off the runic cards. And it's just like if they don't put up Dragoon, then I just set it for free and flip it. And
also, with everyone playing Cyclone to counter the runic decks, if they Cosmic this, your Fountain's still alive.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
they didn't stop your engine at all, so like, are they really winning?
Yeah, exactly. It's like it's fine.
Are you a winning son?
Card was Eradicator. I played 2 Lab today, but I didn't get to see it. I lost a die roll. He had Skill Drain, but I had the Destruction to pop it and keep playing. So you do the Scareclaw play to tribute this. Also against Runic you can do it, but I didn't play any Runic decks. I had honestly a pretty easy bracket. Not that this deck needed it. Like I think the deck's great, but I had like 4 Despia, 2 Lab, Sunseed, Trap Tricks, Flu that I lost to. That was my only loss. It was just D-Shifter game 2, game 3, and it's just like whatever. I can't play.
That card's ignorant.
Sprite as well. So. I put it in against Lab, but I didn't see it in time. Like my engine was good enough.
0 cash. Yeah, I mean regional meta is wild. Like I said, the winner of Cologne Regional also faced 0 cash.
And then 3 evenly, 2 Lightning Storm and a Feather Duster. This got me my top 8. I Feather Dusted Lab going second.
God damn!
Did a cool play where
having me scared over here. A little heart attack right now.
To set Boo Boo Game, which is a weird name, but if you pop Boo Boo Game while it's set, it gets to reset 2 normal trap cards from the graveyard.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
So that was neat. But like
wasn't enough.
But it was Daruma and Compulse again, and I popped the Daruma with an MST, and then like he just never compulsed. He probably like, and again that's the benefit. Like people don't know where to stop this deck. But he probably should have compulsed my for hire that special from hand, but he didn't, and then I just kept playing. But then at game 3, I probably could have just put an Eradicator, and like drawing 3 off Fountain. You might draw 3 off Folgo, and you're excavating 3 off of Rafala, so you're going to see. You're almost guaranteed.
Yeah, you're trying to see them blowouts for sure.
Okay, there's no combo included, but I'm pretty sure the deck plays very similarly to almost any other runic version out there right now. I think there is a difference probably, but it's probably very minor between Runic Naturia, Runic Plunder, Runic for Hire. Like they're all, it's just a testament to how strong the Runic engine is. It's all like you play a Runic package of like 17, 18, 19, 20 cards. You pair it with like a secondary engine that is like some form of tuners or some form of link climbing or some form of whatever, where they have some synergy with the free bodies that Runic gets you, and that's like, 10 card engine, 12 card engine, whatever. And then you pair it with whatever amount of non-engine you can fit, right? And then you're trying to draw like 2 to 3 Runics, 1 starter card of your engine, and 1 non-engine ideally, right? And that's what all those decks are doing, right? That's what Plunder Runic is doing. That's what Runic Naturia is doing. That seems like what this deck is doing. That is what Runic Sprite does. They're like all pretty much the same, just in a slightly different, they just work somewhat differently. But honestly, Runic decks are all kind of similar, where they have the same weaknesses, I think. they have the same weaknesses of some hands don't have enough runics, some hands have too many runics, none of your, you know, starter cards, like you don't have a Naturia starter in Naturia runic. That kind of sucks. You don't have one of the, I'm pretty sure this deck is also pretty bad if you don't have any of the good for hire starters in your runic heavy hand. If the Plunder deck doesn't draw any of its tuners, it's pretty mediocre. So they're all the same thing, right? Even though this one is, you know, different skin basically, different skin for the runic deck, but it works the same way. And they all have the same problems. Like I said, some of the hands don't have the right combination of cards, but that's probably manageable. I think the biggest issue is that I think if you take Kashtira out of the equation, I'm pretty sure that runic decks beat is probably the strongest deck in the format. Like overall, runic in general, it's probably the best engine / concept in the current format. The only problem is that, like, against Kashtira, the runic engine does not consistently win anything. Like it doesn't beat it. You need to have like Flashing Fire or Freezing Curses for the Arise Heart, and even then you lose to Forbidden Lands. You lose to the full zone lock every time, unless you play very mediocre tech card. Like Nibiru, I would argue is a good card if your opponent commits into it, but overall it's a pretty shaky inclusion in your deck. Because it's just risky because it can be played around. Of course, you can still have a very good tournament experience with Nibiru. I think right now Nibiru is starting to become a little bit better again, because I think we're on that, like, you know, there's like this wave going on where Nibiru very popular, people play around it. Nibiru starts seeing less play, which is I think right now where we're at, right? Nibiru is going down in popularity, so people are going to start doing the zone lock combo more often, and then you can start playing Nibiru again, and then at some point it's going to be bad again. I don't know exactly where we are on that curve, you know, and it's also like different people are on different points of the curve. Like some people will still play around Nibiru because they just want to do it. Some people will just ignore it. Like it's hard to tell. But right now, I think Nibiru overall is risky, but still solid. The same goes for Ash Blossom, actually. Like, Ash Blossom is a card that, in the beginning weeks, it was really, really strong because Branded was, like, super respectable and, like, everyone kind of ran it. And now Branded is, like, kind of you know? Like, Ash, for me, I mean, I faced no Brandeds. Shocker. Ash didn't feel that great in my tournament run. So it's all kind of a gamble. The thing is, in some decks, you're like, okay, I'm just going to avoid the gamble. I have enough room for a lot of non-engine, so I'm just going to play all of it, right? I have no problem including Ash Imperm, so I have some hand traps, or like, you know, maybe even Nib, and then I can also still play a couple of power spells or whatnot, so I don't have to make the decision, right? I can just play all of them, but like decks like Runic can't do that. The Runic only has room for like 6, usually. So that is a problem of runic decks. They're still good decks, but that is one of the problems of the runic decks. And it is a problem that all of the lists share. Like, if whatever runic deck you look at, you're like, it's kind of low on non-engine, right? Kind of low on non-engine. And there's also, I feel like so far, there is no perfect pairing for the runic engine yet. That has been discovered, because I think all of these engines right now that people are using, Naturia, Plunder, and I guess For Hire is something to be included now. All of these engines have one thing in common, and that is that they are thank you for the gifts up to Runic Fountain. I appreciate that, anonymous gifter. Thank you so much. The problem of all these supplementary engines is that they consist of a bunch of cards that you want to draw, but they all have a decent number of engine requirements that you don't want to draw. In the case of Naturia, it's like you don't want to see your Sunflower, and you also don't really want to see your Blessing. In case of the Plunder, ideally, you don't really want to see any of the Plunders that are not tuners. And now in the case of the For Hire deck, it's like you don't want to see any of the For Hires that aren't Rex or the Fossil deck. I guess maybe you're fine with drawing Beat if you draw multiples, but ideally, you know, just give me Folgo and 4 Runics, right? Is what everyone has to be thinking. So I think that is the problem, is that there's no engine that just is like 100% optimal / synergistic, has no downsides, right? which is kind of what Sprite did. Sprite kind of had that because Sprite was like, you could draw any of the cards you decided to play alongside a runic, and they were all fine. It could be Iperia, it could be blue, it could be Jet, it could be Starter, it could even be Carrot or Red. Like, that would still work. It doesn't matter. The only card in the entire deck that was like part of your engine but was not actually a starter card alongside any runic was Smashers. That was the only card in the entire deck that didn't let you play, right? Alongside a runic. So this is why like the runic Sprite deck felt so much more synergistic than some of these current decks. Of course, runic Sprite still exists technically, but it has some other problems without Elf. Like, its end board just is a lot weaker than the ones of the other decks. Like, I would argue that a solid runic Naturia hand, while a little less consistent overall than runic Sprite, the end board is stronger. And the grind game is also a little bit stronger, because Sprite without Elf kind of runs out of shit sometimes. Like, it's still a good deck, I think, but it has other issues than these other runic decks. It kind of goes into a separate category, because it doesn't have consistency issues at all. It has like power level issues, I think, and that's a little different. But yeah, I think it's an interesting development, because I do think that that runic decks in general are a pretty good contender in this format, because I think if you combine these here, you have like a couple Naturias, you have a couple for higher runics, you have a couple Sprite runics. Combined, they make up a pretty sizable portion of the pie chart, while I don't think their representation is that high. Asuka, think of it as 6 months. So I think their conversion rate is pretty good, and I think that is because besides Kashtira, every other deck in this pie chart you probably have a solid matchup against with the runic decks. But against Kashtira, it can kind of struggle, because a Rysart is the pain in the ass for runic decks, especially because everyone is playing Forbidden Lands. So that's my current stance on different runic variations. I think, which I don't know if it exists, but if there was a good secondary complementary engine for runics that didn't require you to play any bricks or whatever, that could be a pretty solid pick. I thought the issue was Birth. It's all the things combined. You could handle Birth if it wasn't for a Rysart, but it's like, even if I can handle a Rysart, there's Birth I need to worry about. Like, it's just all together, the matchup is a little shaky. Without drawing non-engine, right? Which you can't play that much of. Of course, like, if you have a good non-engine card against Kashtira, you can win. Like, a freaking, like, evenly matched could work, but even then, they leave a Rysart, you know? Lava Golem, they don't play into consistently. A Kaiju works, but if they go for a bigger combo, or if they have Birth plus something else, it's hard to outgrind Kashtira with Runics, I think. But, I think Runic is overall still in a solid spot. Where's that? Someone said Runic Mathmech. I don't know what you mean by that. The profile doesn't seem to be here. But I don't really understand what I have to, like, I can't really imagine anything under Runic Mathmech. The hell is that? Let me see if I can find it. Runic Mathmech. Mathmech Runic, you read that right. 8th place, Mathmech Runic. Okay. Oh. It premieres in 46 minutes. But it's apparently in here.
Yeah, that's right. That's Mathmech Runic. I wish I didn't actually understand that. We also have For Hire Runic. What is up with all of these runic variations? Don't like 30% of you that have not smashed the ever-loving crap out of that subscribe button. Smash it so you guys don't miss out on more Oz content. We have your breakdown for the Philly Regional 500 duelist out here. Stepping up to the plate now, you're going to see 2 Mathmech decks on this pie chart grouped up. One of those is the Mathmech Runic deck. Another one is regular Mathmech. There are 3 runic decks in this top cut, but I'm breaking them apart and specializing them in their own departments. So you also had Naturia Runic, and you also had For Hire Runic. What do you want me to do about it? Technically, you had 3 Runic decks. We also had 1 Kashtira. Not too surprised about that. Sword Soul. Good old reliable. We also had... we had 2 Sword Soul. That's actually pretty understandable. I like the fact that Sword Soul here has been a very good, steady competitor. Not really been something too crazy that we've seen.
Okay, that's Kashtira. That's like... Oh, Lava Golem. Okay. Interesting. Oh, that's Enzo Fialos. I'm pretty sure they have a deck profile. I wonder what the reasoning on the Lava Golems is. I want to hear that. I'm going to watch that. We have Sword Soul. All right. Same deck as ever. Naturia Runic. Okay, that's normal. That's regular Math Mech. Yuck. That's the For Hire deck we just watched. Trap Tricks. Okay, they're keeping the best for last. I see how it be. Okay.
Out of, you know, and you can toggle with Laplace and Alan Bershin. I think that this is peak Runic content right here. The fact that you have just found a way to merge these engines and then get 8th place out of, you know, 800, or excuse me, 500 plus people out here.
What's the idea here? What's the idea? Can I make... Is the idea we can make... is Alan Bershin? Alan Bershin is generic. So is the idea we can increase the consistency of Math Mech by summoning Gary and then turning any level 4 into Alan Bershin? Is that like the concept? I like these 2 engines, so I'll play them together. I mean, funnily enough, it probably does the exact same thing than these other decks, right? It's like the exact same. It's just exactly what I was talking about. Is like bunch of Runics, couple of room for non-engine, and this deck actually a little more because we have 3 Nib, 3 Fenrir, 3 Ash, and 2 Talents. I think that's a little bit on the bricky end, but that's 11 non-engine. And then we're like, okay, I'm trying to draw like 2 to 3 Runics. Give me 1 Math Mech card, I'm happy, and then like 1 non-engine, and I'll run with that. And if you draw like that, you're playing a good deck, right? Like that. If that were like, it's... This is not... I don't think this is significantly worse than playing any other version of Runic. Like, it's the same concept, right?
At a regional. To me, that's very impressive.
Don't the Runics conflict with Sigma? Well, yeah, I mean, if you open Circular, you have to do that first, but that locks you into... I'm not sure.
Itself really gets a place just on top of the ladder.
It's crazy how the extra deck only has 3 Link monsters in a Math Mech deck.
But you love to see, so good stuff. Next up here we have... What was this?
Okay, we leave now. This is the moment where we leave. Okay. Where is that regional? It was on here. I remember seeing Enzo Fialos on this list. There we go. For Hire. Oh, that was the For Hire Runic, Sword Soul. And let's watch the reasoning on the Lava Golems. It's a very quick one.
All right, what's up, guys? This is Junior from JNC. We have Enzo right here. What you did and what you played?
Hello, everybody. I just got first place at the Philly Regional, 10 rounds, and I played Cashier.
Okay, that is very low.
All right, show us the goo.
All right, so as usual, 3 Unicorn. No, nothing crazy.
I assume we're not going to find out about the reasoning of Nibiru because of Lava Golem because we will not be able to hear.
3 Fenrir, nothing crazy. 2 Rice Heart. I'm not gonna play 1.
Of course.
Ogre, and I played Scareclaw, and I still play this one. I think like having another name of Scareclaw comes up, but I don't think playing 2 Scareclaws is correct. Like you want to be able to use both of them in the same turn if possible. Like if you can do it. So that's why I just play like the different name. It comes up a lot. Like I've used both of them in the same turn a lot.
Gotcha. And you wouldn't change the ratios from the names and all that?
No, I wouldn't change it.
Perfect.
Interesting. I've never had the impression that that was an issue, needing another of the extenders, but
the only hand trap I play is Ash Blossom because it's good against branded. I play a little more board breakers, so I play Lava Golem. Not a lot of people cut this, but this card's still pretty good.
And how it came out for you?
I mean, every time I draw it, it was like really good. Like even if I couldn't Lava Golem them, like in the mirror match, like if they go Rise or Pass, like if they break your board, they always gotta end on 1 and 2 monsters. So you just Lava Golem in the back and you just kill them.
Excellent.
And then for spells, 3 planet, 1 terraforming,
Pretty much standard.
3 birth, 3 theosis, and 3 prosperity for consistency.
Of course.
And then Book of Moon, I will not play Eclipse because that card is not good, in my opinion.
I like Book of Moon more than Eclipse. I agree.
Because I want to be able to.
We've talked about it before.
I want to be able to book before I Rise Hard if I need to, not a Rise Hard and then Eclipse. Like, because Eclipse books your own stuff too, so it's not good.
Where are you mostly hitting with Book of Eclipse?
I mean, Book of Moon. I mean.
Book of Moon. Sorry.
Oh, I mean, like it's like really good in the mirror. Like they summon their monster, you just Book of Moon them, and you pretty much win.
Excellent.
And then the last spell I play is Lance. I really hate this card, but you gotta play it.
You have to play it. Yeah.
Play it.
I do feel like Lance is, while it was really good in the first couple weeks of the format, I think Lance is on a similar wave situation as some of these other cards, because I do think a lot of decks are kind of going into this more hand trap heavy approach now. And Lance, in like, it's tough because some people still are like, yeah, I'm just gonna do books and whatnot, but some people are just like, yeah, I'm like the Sprite decks, for example, we've looked at, we're like, yeah, it's just hand traps now with like Gamma and whatnot. Some people are doing kaijus. It feels a little gambly overall. Lance is still a good card, especially with the runic decks in the format, but like for against branded, for example, Lance feels like really underwhelming. Because branded is one of those decks where you can actually lose to branded if you don't go for the full zone lock. You're just like, hey, I have Book of Moon, I have Forbidden Lance, I can just go a Rise Hard Pass, and branded is like, guess what? Hey, if you don't have Ash for my branded fusion, I'm breaking that. So yeah,
Everybody's prepared for your matchup.
Yeah. Preparation, Big Bang. These cards is good, and I played evenly. I play only 2. Because I only want to have like 5 board breakers, there's like Lava Golem, so it's not 5.
Excellent. What's the main deck count?
40. For the extra deck, 2 of this one, 2 of this one, 2 Zoos.
Oh, I feel like 3 Arise Heart is something that is like universally agreed on by now, but okay.
1 Diablosis, 1 of this one, 1 of this one, 1 of this one. I wouldn't change the ratio on these. The third one doesn't come up, so I don't play it.
Gotcha.
1 Lingeribo. I still play 1. People say like you play 2 or none, but like this deck doesn't play it anymore. So, and if you play it against like Sprite, like they're not gonna rip the second one for your actual deck because they can't look at it. So.
And you probably never saw like Evil or none of that lock,
yeah,
right?
No. And this one you just have to play it. This one and like these ones are just part of like prosperity targets. Like,
Gotcha.
They're like really good.
Perfect. All right.
For side deck, 3 Shifter. You gotta play it. 3 Book for the mirror.
Shifter is another issue for Naturia decks. Not Naturia, runic decks. It's like, most people don't main deck Shifter, but most people do side it, and the card hurts runic a lot.
Harpies for back row, 3 Cosmic. This is for runic, but it's good against back row too.
Right. You didn't face the trap decks that were running around?
Nah, I didn't play. I didn't play a single one. It was like mostly mirrors.
Okay.
I played this and this for the mirror. It's kind of like Change of Heart or like Mind Control, but it's a little better because this one could add this. But if you have this already, you could add like Terraforming, like other cards. So it's like
Perfect.
the same thing. It's pretty good.
Awesome.
And then 3 Judgment for going first.
That is.
Yeah, you
have to.
You do a combo, you just win.
Awesome. All right. Any shout outs?
Shout outs to everybody that I came with. Shout out.
All right. I mean, I don't know. I wonder how, like, I didn't have the impression that when we're talking about Lava Golem and Evenly Matched, those are cards that I think you typically only want to main deck when you are confident that you can still win going first, even if you draw one of these cards. And when I tested Kashira myself, because I did spend some time yesterday on just like seeing how the deck plays, I felt like that was not a given when you go first. Like, because the deck actually does break sometimes, or sometimes it draws like too much engine or not enough engine to do something really meaningful. And yeah, I feel like when you're going first and you go like a Rise Hard Pass, you're like kind of vulnerable to a lot of combinations of cards if you pair it up with cards like Lava Golem or Evenly Matched. But it can still work, I think. I'm just not sure if it's like convincing. Okay, no. Sword Soul we don't have to look at. Branded, I guess it's just an image. Yeah, it's branded. Is there anything special? The Dark Magician thingy, I think that's universally. I think you can agree that the Dark Magician, even though it's, I hate to advise people to play such a card in their deck, but I think it's pretty good right now. The Edgem package is, I guess, not standard. I guess that is not standard. It is worth noting that this deck once again has 0 outs to the full zone lock in their main deck. Like, there's no way if your opponent opens the zone lock, you just lose, right? But I guess you could accept that. Don't think it's completely unreasonable. It feels bad to have a combo in the format that just auto beats you, but if you want to make that call, I don't think it's terrible. And then we have, I guess, Super Poly and Patchwork as like generic good going second cards. I don't hate it. I don't hate it. They have Super Poly. Okay, you figure out how to use Super Poly when all your back row is locked, and you tell me when you have a result, okay? You tell me when you come up with a way to out the full zone lock with Super Poly, all right? Okay. All right, chat. It is now time for lunch, which means, and that's good news, that means it's time for Magical Hats, because I woke up this morning and I saw there was a new episode. I already knew it was going to be a good lunch break today. Pog you. Magical Hats lunch break. There we go. The title for this one is Legacy Support Actually Good? Which I don't even know what that means. Does that mean like giving old archetypes support is a good or bad thing? Is that what the discussion is about? Like, okay, interesting topic. All right. It's not something I have an opinion on yet, I think. It's just, I kind of like it when they do that, when they give old archetypes support. It depends on how they support them. Like, if they give them cool support, I'm all for it. But if they give them, like, a super broken card that negates everything, like, I don't know, what's an example of that when they took an old archetype and just made it broken by giving them one stupidly powerful card? I'm sure there is something out there. Mathmech? Well, Mathmech is not really a legacy archetype, bro. If that's not my legacy archetype. Asa Reich, thank you for the 6 months. I appreciate that so much. Thank you. Welcome back.
You've triggered my trap card, the Magical Hats. In this series, myself and 3 of the top Yu-Gi-Oh! Streamers will give their unfiltered, uncensored, and uninformed takes on some of Yu-Gi-Oh!'s most pressing issues. The catch? One of these 4 has a fake take, and it's up to the rest to find the liar. It's time to play!
Okay, once again, I need to remind myself of the rules for this. If Farfa is being reasonable, he is the imposter. If Gage makes sense, he is also the imposter.
Magical Hats. That works. Well, folks, we are back once again with another heaping helping of hats. I am joined as ever by the one, the only Disencoder, the one, the only Gage, the one, the only Farfa. How are y'all doing today?
I'm good. Outstanding, Joseph.
I'm ready to game.
We are going to be talking about a style of card that I'm sure most of you are familiar with, legacy support. So if you don't know, frequently Konami will release cards that support archetypes that were printed previously in new sets. Today we're going to be talking about if the way those cards are made, disseminated,
Stop!
printed,
Why would you do that?
designed is good or not. Basically just legacy support with a big question mark after it. And Kevin, you want to go first?
So, I think legacy support as a whole is good or bad, which I guess I'm just like going to take a very centrist approach here. There's a lot of times Konami will make legacy support for a deck, which...
Oh, I know. Right off the bat, I can think of one bad thing of legacy support, which is that sometimes really old cards get really expensive for no reason, and for some reason they reprint them way too late. I think that happens sometimes. Surely. Or like cards just, I hate when there's like this random ass card from 15 years ago that now is like $15 and like why is it not being reprinted? Like what could be their reason? Like Gishki is a good example. Gishki was never meta relevant, but why are they not reprinting Gishki cards in time? Surely that would help them sell product because they're not making money with an old Gishki card anymore, right? With like Gishki Abyss from Hidden Arsenal 2 or some shit. They're not making money with that. They're not selling any Hidden Arsenal 2s anymore. Why did they not like reprint that at the same time that that stuff came out? Right? Why not? It would make everyone happy. They would sell their product because people would want to pull a Gishki Abyss instead of paying the money for the old copy. And we didn't have to go and scramble and pay $10 each for like super rare Gishki Abysses when then they got the deck anyways by banning Elf. Like I don't understand that.
Which will either...
So I think if done right, if they just do that properly, legacy support, then that would not be an issue. But the way they're doing it now, that tends to be an issue very often.
Be, hey, so this deck is really bad. Let's print one card that reads win the game. For example, like Magical Musketeer Max. Like Magical Musket, awful archetype. Max, you look at that and you read, this is the most broken card I've ever seen. It just does literally everything, which all it really achieves in a deck is it makes it so that one specific card must resolve. Otherwise, the deck is still unplayable. The other kind of legacy support I don't like is when they take an archetype that's bad and they say, yo, give them a floodgate.
Yep.
Where I found legacy support to actually be good is in structure decks. Whenever they release a structure deck for an archetype that was already out, I find that the legacy support that they give it is pretty good. The Dark World one, not the best deck I've ever seen, but still, it wasn't like Floodgate Turbo or whatever. They gave them some, you know, neat stuff that meshes well with the archetype. So whenever you see them in like structure decks, the
Dark World deck is not the best example because I would not. There's a lot of adjectives you can use for Dark World, but that deck is not neat. The stuff that deck does on turn 1 is not something I would classify as neat.
Find that when they give them 2 or 3 cards to round out the archetype, I think that is really good as legacy support, but when they just give them one really strong card or a big floodgate or something, it's kind of like a cop-out, and I'm not a really big fan of it.
Farfa, what do you got?
So overall, I think legacy support, like obviously as a concept is good, like everyone wants legacy support, but everything else outside of the concept is just bad. The design, the release schedule, everything sucks about legacy support. This is a personal gripe, and it's not very objective, but I hate the disparity in the legacy support. So obviously, I understand the anime ones are going to be the most profitable because it's a business, etc., etc. But I just hate how infinitely more legacy support there is for like Blue Eyes and Dark Magician and Heroes than there is for other
Literally
archetypes.
Every single pack we get into Dark.
Yeah,
I could believe that is his actual opinion.
I just absolutely hate that because I feel like the community support for something like unironically volcanics and stuff is like pretty high, right? And talking about like the thing that's the worst as well.
Imagine if they made an actual like volcanic into a meta deck. Oh, I would love that. Volcanic is so base.
Quality of the legacy support. Most legacy support cards are genuinely bad. Like for example, Medolce Sistar is like, that is not what the deck needed, as an example. The Evil Swarm Origin.
That card's like actually still kind of like it's a good card, but I understand the argument is it's not what it needed, but it's still a pretty good card. Yeah.
Okay, well, let me give you some more examples. Don't worry. Evil Swarm Origin. That card has 0 mechanical synergy with the deck it was made for. Isolde and Halka Fibrax are badly designed because they are so generic to the point that they're going to get them banned. I'm sure all 3 Crystron players in the world are really upset because that card was really good in Crystron, and then they banned it because of how generic it was.
Rest in peace, Hardleg.
Junk Connector, again, anti-synergy. Junk Speeder literally says you cannot perform a summon for the rest of the turn except synchros, and they made a link monster. Just anti-synergy. Shaddoll Construct. Who is flip summoning Shaddoll monsters and then linking away flip monsters?
That card's nice. I'm not gonna lie.
For the most part, like most legacy cards, either are not what they need in the sense of like Sistar, are objectively just badly designed like Halka Fibrax, or are so bad that you wouldn't even run them. And like Kevin mentioned, the big cop out for a lot of legacy support is just, yep, here's a floodgate.
I have a pretty similar...
Okay. Once again, very sus situation, because I have to say, mostly, I agree with Farfa. Which is already kind of sussing me out, you know what I mean? That's... For the most part, that is very reasonable, because there's a good point. There's a lot of legacy archetypes that get way less support than others. It's not distributed equally. Right? Definitely not. There's definitely way too much. Like, there's archetypes that have, like, cards out the wazoo, like, for no reason. And some others get almost nothing. And then if they get something, it sucks. Right? And that is definitely valid criticism. I think my take on this entire situation is that I really like the idea behind legacy support. I think we can all get behind the fact that being able to play those like nostalgic archetypes again is a very good idea. It's very cool to think about the possibility of, instead of always making new archetype after new archetype after new archetype, sometimes going back to what you once liked and giving it a new spin is a very good concept. That's a cool idea. I'm all here for it. But in practice, there's a couple things that they definitely need to do better if they want it to be. Like, there's like half of them sucks, half of them is poorly designed in the way that it's like either way too generic, like Halka Fibrax was. Like, that was a good example of like legacy support gone horribly wrong, because like that didn't benefit a single Crystron player. And then there's also ones where like it's just a floodgate, or it's just one stupidly broken card, the rest is still awkward, so it all centers around that one card, you know, like the Musketeers example, or also, I think Trap Trick Sarah is an example like that, or Mathmech Circular, even though Mathmech is not a legacy archetype. At least not in my legacy book, but yeah.
Similar take to the last two, which is
they leave a lot to be desired.
Either really easy if it's Gauge, or really hard if it's not. I really gotta agree with Farfa. I feel like the way that legacy support is trickled out is really frustrating. The number one criticism I have of it is one that you both identified, which is they keep giving them fucking floodgates. What is it? Ghost Meets Girl Mayakashi card that just got released. I know so many people that are like deep in the tank on zombie combo, and when they heard there was new Mayakashi stuff, they were so excited just to find out that it's a fucking Vanity's Emptiness. Like, oh joy. But I also do kind of want to push back about like Kevin's point about how some structures give good stuff to legacy archetypes. The Dark World one, for instance, while Genta searches Gates of Dark World, the only other Dark World from the old series that you're playing is like maybe Saluri Silva if you're doing hand loop stuff. Like, frequently when they retrain archetypes,
that's not true. You play Snow, you can play Brow, you play Grapha because they gave them a Grapha fusion. That's not true.
Types, it's done in such a way that either the old cards are huge, terrible bricks you never want to draw, like how Gate Guardian has played out, or new cards completely eclipse the old cards. And if that's the case, why not just retrain them? You know, why not just play, you know, ABC style?
Oh, I can think of a deck that recently, a legacy archetype that recently got retrains. Can someone help me out here? Because I feel like there has been a very old archetype recently that has received retrains, and I don't know how that turned out, chat. Anyone remembers? Anyone remembers the retrains? I can't remember. I think my brain is once again protecting me from remembering those instances in recent Yu-Gi-Oh history because it's just healthier for myself. But yeah, I don't know. Dangerous territory there, buddy. X Valverde, thank you for the 7 months. Thank you for your Prime. Appreciate that. Thank you for the support.
Archetypes in which there's new cards that evoke the same feeling as the legacy support, but you don't have to play like fucking V Tiger Jet or something. I guess
I am not a fan of that. I am not a fan of that concept of like having to play the old cards. It's like the same thing with the dinosaur technically legacy support that wants to incentivize you to play freaking Frostosaurus in your deck. No, that's not fun, dude. I don't want to play Frostosaurus. No one asked for that. I don't want to put Frostosaurus at 2600 1 tribute vanilla in my deck. I don't want to do that. Do not give me legacy dinosaur Frostosaurus support, please. No, I'm good.
One place I'd say I really do like legacy support is when it's released for archetypes that came out in like the last 3 years. Like they have hit it out of the park with some cards like Diameter, Rika Princess, but these are like the support card that was missing from the original wave of an archetype that was released in 2019. Like if you go back pre-Duelist Alliance, you are probably not saving those archetypes.
Okay, all right. Well, picking back off of what you said, Joseph, the thing is like I think Konami is established with how they've been creating legacy support now is...
Okay, so just to summarize, the point was that last point was that very, very old archetypes tend to be impossible to salvage. You either give them new support that completely like invalidates the old cards, so you only play the new cards, and then it's not really support, then it's a new deck. Or you make it good, but the old cards are complete bricks in the deck, right? And I can get behind that. That is a somewhat valid concern. Somewhat, right? Because there is definitely archetypes where like Gate Guardian, for example. I could have told you beforehand if they said, hey, we want to make Gate Guardian support. I could have told you beforehand that deck probably ends up being either not playing any of the Gate Guardians or the Gate Guardians are going to be bricks in it. Like, because those cards are level 7 2 tribute monsters with basically no effect and very mediocre stats. That's never going to be those are never going to be good cards again. That just doesn't work like that. It just does not work like that. For a lot of old archetypes, you know? So you would have to specifically go back and pick archetypes that are like legacy, but they have cards that in the right circumstances could be good. Like, for example, I don't know. Let's keep it with the Volcanic example from earlier. Like, there's a couple cards in Volcanics that have the potential to still be good cards in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, for example, Volcanic Shell is a card that if you make a card around it, that card's still abusable in 2023 standards, right? Like the card that, like, if you had actually ways to tutor the card and use it as good discard fodder, I would not be completely surprised by the fact that like new Volcanic support finds a way to make Volcanic Shell actually usable. Or like Volcanic Rocket. You give that thing a new busted search target that's important to the new way of playing Volcanics. Yeah, I'm still gonna play Volcanic Rocket, you know what I mean? So that would be an example of an archetype that you can probably give support to in a way where they can still play with the old cards. You just like give them new ways to use those cards, right? Similar, they did great with Thunder Dragon. Besides Colossus, let's not talk about Colossus, but they did great with Thunder Dragon, for example, right? So I think it's just this, it's a really hit or miss territory, right? Because it's very, very easy to mess it up and make the archetypes just end up being bad. And then sometimes they really want to make them good, and so they give them cards that are just way too powerful, and then they even, like, sometimes by mistake, I suppose, make them really generic, like Halka Fibrax, and then that ends up in, like, different decks, not where it's meant to be, you know?
To sometimes make these older archetypes plausible to be playable at all, you have to give it a completely different reskin, like you said. One of the things that really reminds me is like Archfiends. Like they got announced for Archfiend support back in the day, and the Archfiend support literally does nothing. Nothing similar to the regular OG Archfiends. And even Naturia too.
OG
the new Naturia card, you play just the new Naturia cards and then like one copy of Sunflower, and that's what you're doing. And I'm gonna say I don't think that's that bad of a thing, right? Like another thing you can really like assume is like cards that got a completely different retrain were the Ishizu cards, right? Like they don't do
Uh-oh.
anything that Agido and Keldo and stuff. How are you gonna make those cards playable? Right?
To
There's
be fair,
no
those
way.
old cards don't do anything anyway, right? They
Yeah, so,
literally
I
don't
mean,
do
like,
anything.
Right, yeah.
I
Yeah,
think
they-
it's
they
some
like
But the
leave
Gate
one
Guardian
fairies
pieces
instead,
don't do
yeah.
anything, and they throw those in there.
Yeah, so in some niche scenarios, I think you have to give an entirely different retrain to these cards because you just have to represent how long, how far the game has come, and you have to adapt the cards to actually do anything. Otherwise, you're just releasing like literal shovelware support that nobody wants. But I think for the most part, to sometimes make these archetypes good, you do have to just give.
What is what is the wave of support that you are most disappointed by, chat? Like, what is the I'm trying to think of it. I just thought of that for myself. I'm like, what is because like an archetype that has received new support, but it just ended up sucking, and you're super disappointed by that. Because the thing that comes to my mind is Gladiator Beast. That was the first thing I just thought of. I was like, I really love Gladiator Beast from back in the day, but the new support is just such ass, I'm pretty sure. So like, you just like, it just doesn't count. I'm also disappointed that we still didn't get like actual good Necros support, because I love that deck to death, and I feel like, you know, I kind of want to play Necros again, but they are just never giving that deck solid support. What are some other examples? Virtual World XYZ? Okay. Twilight Sworn. Oh yeah, you're right. Twilight Sworn is a very good example. Twilight Sworn is a huge example where, like, bro, I love Lightsworn from back in the day. It's probably kind of hard to balance Lightsworn with those old random ass mill Gamba cards, but still, Twilight Sworn was very disappointing. Very, very disappointing. The Paleo Link? Yeah, I guess. Yeah, the Paleo Link is disappointing, yeah. I'm pretty sure there's a lot of different examples for this. I think there's a lot more examples of legacy support gone horribly wrong than legacy support actually being Pog and like making the deck cool now, right? I would argue that, for example, Thunder Dragon did it pretty well, right? Deck was meta relevant, and outside of Colossus, all the interactions were pretty cool. I think that was a good example. But I think overall, there's way more bad examples of good examples, sadly, which is probably an argument against legacy support, which is that if they can't do it properly, and if they're only gonna disappoint me with freaking new Gladiator Beasts or Necros cards that I can't play anyways because they suck, I don't know, then maybe just leave it. Maybe just let it be, dude.
Them a new reskin and give them a new lease on life, and sometimes doing a complete 180.
Do it right or don't do it at all. You know?
Yeah, I want to clarify real quick. I have no problem with retrains. I think retrains are a cool take on it. I have more.
Yo, Gigavice, thank you for the tier 1 new sub to the channel. Welcome, appreciate the support.
Of a problem when Konami tries to like force a card like Gate Guardian into the square hole of, you know, play this card in a format where you need to be able to beat a 9-zone lock.
Oh, I mean, that goes back to the Gate Guardian. Like, the only way, I think you were arguing how the cards are unplayable bricks, right? The OG Gate Guardian, Suijin in them. Like, you play the one-ofs in their OG bricks, and, like, you don't like that, right?
No.
How are you going to make Suijin, Songa the Thunder, and what's the last guy?
Yeah,
Ass Blast, the Beast Boy?
Yeah,
what's his name?
I think it's impossible.
What? Ass Blast the Beast Boy. What? Dan X Kirby, thank you for the 2 months.
I think
what the hell did you call
Ass
him?
Blast. How are you going to make Suijin, Songa the Thunder, and what's the last guy?
that's-
Ass Blast, the Beast Boy?
Yeah,
what's
I
his
think
name?
I think it's impossible.
What?
Like,
Ass Blast the Beast Boy. It's Kazajin, dude. It's not that hard.
I think that they should release new versions, and we should just have had a retrain archetype.
So are you guys in agreement here or no? I can't tell.
I think Joseph and Gage are kind of saying the same thing.
Yeah, this is weird because I feel like we're all saying like pretty similar things, which is going to make it impossible to suss out.
I feel like
it's hard.
no one here is quite literally saying, I heckin' love legacy support. I want more of it, and I want just a bunch of legacy support. But
I mean,
do think we
do
have
though. Like
No,
I do,
I'm
but
saying
just
I want more
but make
legacy support.
yeah, like I do want that. I just want it to be good and relevant and synergistic with the archetype it was made for.
Okay, so are we just going into open conversation now?
I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know what to
Okay.
ask. Like,
Okay,
it's,
I do know a few things to ask here. Farfa, I want to ask you something first, because you were saying how you feel as though stuff like Isolde and Hulk are like unbelievably broken and are a bad example of what legacy support should be because they're just overly generic and just too powerful and playable at everything. How do you, Mr. Burning Abyss Man, feel about Cherubini? Do you feel like that's a bad example of legacy support, or is that a good example of legacy support?
Cherubini is like in the middle, right? Because they do use it in BA, and it definitely did help, like BA Phantom Knights. It just happens to also have been used in other decks, but it still does help. It's not like the most amazing BA support, but it's kind of in the middle. It's not too broken for it to be completely abused in other decks, but like, you know.
I think like because Cherubini hasn't been meta relevant enough, I think there's definitely absolutely a corridor for Cherubini to have broken.
Yo, Piverin, thank you so much for the Prime and starting a hype train with that Prime. I appreciate the support. Welcome to the month number 2.
In the game, depending on what the card pool was at the time.
Oh, you give it a couple years, it could still happen.
Yeah, like Cherubini's definitely like in that same sort of what's the word? Realm of danger that like Isolde Halkar because of how generic it is. Level 2, level 3s is pretty generic, and Foolish Burial for cost from deck, that could definitely get out of hand.
I mean, Cherubini, if you really think about it, Cherubini is just sprint, but for 3s, right? it's just basically that. But it's even better than that. It sends for cost, and it can be linked, right?
Point. Anyway, I don't know really who to pick out here. I would say maybe like, I feel like maybe Gage, because I feel like maybe you tried to create conflict from nothing, really.
Why would you think that, though?
I want to hear
Well,
more,
we need to catch someone, so I don't know what to like...
I want to hear more what Gage has to say, because I understand your point. I understand where you're coming from, but I also would like to know, like, what did you think was a good example of legacy support? What did you think was a bad example of legacy support?
Good examples of legacy support, right? Even the Naturia that I've been playing recently. I think that's actually an okay example of legacy support. Like I said, like sometimes you just have to rip the band-aid off and say, like, these archetypes in their general state, like nobody's going to play fucking Cliff. No one's going to play Stink Bug and stuff like that. We need to completely revamp this archetype if it wants to be playable at all. Like, who's setting cherries in 2023?
Didn't even
and I
name
think
the
to like
good
take
one,
those
dude,
steps
like
to like completely
shoot.
make it good, sometimes you just have to rework the whole thing. And you know what? I think that's okay. I think
that's
starting
fine.
from ground
That's a
zero
fine
to make an
point.
archetype playable, just utilizing the name, I think gets people excited, right? Like, people really resonate with these archetypes.
I think that's a fine point. Like, some archetypes, you just gotta accept that you're not making those old cards playable. At least not all of them. Like, Naturia has a healthy mix, right? You play the 3 new cards. You still play the Sunflower from back in the day. You still play the tree. I've seen some people play some of the other ones. You still play all the, like, some of the extra deck monsters. Like, it's still Beast is still the main payoff. It's still like Barkion in some matchups. I think that's a fine example of legacy support. Like, of course not. Of course you're not gonna still play all of the cards from like 15 years ago. That's like never going to happen. Or like, what is it? 13 years, 12 years Naturia support. Like, that's fine, but it's a reasonable take, so it's got to be Gage, right?
Even if you have to completely rework it to make it playable again, it gets players excited.
All right, here's one. Joseph, thoughts on the hero legacy support?
Oh, come on, man. Don't do this to me. All right, I am fully aware that hero falls into the category of this archetype gets support every 15 days, and it's really annoying for people who don't give a shit about it. But I think that they've done a pretty good job of trickling out new hero cards that play well with the existing hero strategy.
Besides Darklaw, I think he is right. There's been a lot of good hero support that sees play, but like is not complete. Like I remember specifically like the one where it changed hero into the going second strategy, where you had that thingy Malicious Bane or whatever. For a while that was a thing where people started now playing the Adusted Gold and Malicious Bane combo, go second OTK type of style hero deck, and that was it was never the best deck in the format, but it was like fine. Now it's like the current version of hero that starts to go first again, I don't love, because it's just Darklaw, and I think Darklaw sets the way for all the other floodgate thingies. Like, yeah, Dark Angel in itself is not a great design, and Plasma as well, but like I think it's mostly Darklaw that drives that sort of, you know, development.
It's like DPE, cards like Wake Up Your E-Hero. I think they are well designed. I think they
DPE I'm fine
enable
with.
you to play the deck the same way it's been played for.
I am Patty. Thank you for the tier 1. Welcome to the stream. Appreciate that. I think DPE is a very fine support card because now that Verte is banned, if you think about it, DPE sees play exactly where it's meant to see play, which is only in Heroes right now. I have not seen anyone ever play DPE after Anaconda ban. Like, Heroes play it. Heroes can summon it. It's pretty pog in Heroes. It's not a floodgate. Fine card. Fine card. You know, yeah, some people play it. Yeah, okay, you'll always find some freaking counter example. But for the most part, 99% of people that play DPE are hero players. And that's fine, right? If someone else wants to play the freaking Fusion Destiny and 2 bricks in their rogue deck, whatever, that doesn't counter my entire point. I think for the most part, DPE is in Heroes now, and he's fine in Heroes, and that's good. I think that's good legacy support, DPE. Darklaw, on the other hand, was shit. Darklaw is one of the biggest issues I have with all of Heroes.
For a while, I like them, but I get fatigue over them. I understand people who are like, no more Heroes, please.
Well,
I'm at a loss, bro.
I think I've got a guess at who it is, though.
How?
All right, Gage, is it you?
For what, huh?
The imposter.
That was a good. That's the question. Yeah.
We're trying to
Okay,
get a great question.
Is it
yes.
you?
Wait, did you just say yes?
What?
Did you just say yes?
No.
I swear I heard you say yes.
No.
I think I have my guess. I'm not super confident in it, but I do have a guess.
Okay, all right, let's go.
Okay.
I don't have any idea. I have 2 guesses, but they're mostly based on metagame guesses, not because of what their actual opinion was. The number one thing is, like, it could always be Gage or Farfa when they're being reasonable. The only other thing I have is, like, Coder, for the most part, was very, like, actively questioning the others, but no one really questioned Coder. So that might be, like, an imposter strat to be, like, very aggressive towards the other ones, but never, like, you know, never get asked any, like, avoid being asked questions. So you ask the other people questions to try and make them, you know. But I don't know. I'm just gonna, by my logic, I just have to say Gage, because if I say Coder now, and it's Gage, I'm gonna feel so bad.
If this person,
but I think it's like not easy today.
Same.
All right, I'm ready when you guys are.
I'm ready.
I'm ready.
3, 2, 1.
Huh? Was that 90? Bro, what? What the hell? I don't know how to react to that. I don't know how to react to that, dude. That's never happened to me. That's never happened to me before. Napian, thank you so much. What the hell? Bro, I appreciate that so much. I appreciate that so much. That's huge. Bro, oh god, if that does not deserve a round of remixes, I don't know what does. I'm even gonna wait to see and find out who the imposter is, just to play you this remix. I appreciate that so much. Holy shit, that's a level 11 hype train. I've never seen that before. I didn't even know that was a thing. I did not even know that was a thing. That is, yeah, thank you so much. Remix is fixed. It seems like that has fixed the remix. You have fixed the remix by getting the hype train to level 11. Oh, no, it's gone again. Okay. Okay, Naraxis, thank you for the 4. Yo, holy shit. Yeah, thank you so much again. I can't overstate how much that means to me. Thank you for the support this month, Napian. Appreciate that a lot. It's probably Kevin because of how he's looking.
It's me.
Oh! I told you. I told you it just has to be Gage. It just has to be Gage when he's being reasonable. It's just Gage. It's so funny how it's always true, dude. It's always true. When he's reasonable, it's Gage.
What? Oh. Yeah. Huh? So everything that Joseph said right before me, like literally echoes exactly what I think. Like I think like what you were saying about how I think the legacy support that's really good is the one where it's like those archetypes released in the last few years where you could be like, man, if only this archetype had a Stratos, or this archetype had that one card, and then they get that one card, and it fits in perfectly with the already established archetype.
They get the Prank Kids Link 1, baby!
Like, it actually just makes it work, right? I think those are, like, when a legacy support at its best. I actually I'm not a fan of, like, the entire reskins of stuff like that. I get you can't make Keldo and Ishizu and stuff like that playable without completely revamping the card, but you take a look at something like Sacred Beast, right? Nobody plays the OG Sacred Beast because they all had to get revamped to do anything at all. And like at that point, for the cards to do something completely different, are you actually playing Sacred Beasts? Or are you just playing a new archetype that they decided to put the Sacred Beast name onto, right? I think that's super lazy, and I think it's just better to, like, if you're gonna make a card that supports an existing archetype, actually make it support the existing cards. Could you imagine if you actually played Naturia Cherries in 2023? That would be dope as fuck, bro. That's such a cool card.
Dude, well, like, technically it's cool, but I don't want to play Naturia Cherries because that card is going to feel bad if I draw it every time. That's not a feel-good moment. That's not a feel-good moment. I mean, like, bro, I don't want to play Naturia Cherries.
When you said
hard debated, I had no read on Gage at all. I'm gonna be honest.
All right, we gotta wrap this one up.
Oh, I mean, okay, I thought we already wrapped it up.
Wrap it up like a little sandwich.
Your little outro.
Yeah.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Come back next time.
Bye.
There you go. That's it. That's the end.
Okay. I like these. It's like when I some of these is like things that I've never thought about, and I didn't know that I wanted to think about it, but it's still very interesting. You know, I'm like, I've never asked myself that question, but I'm very happy that I am now discussing this. I think it's very enjoyable overall. And then you add in the imposter thingy to it too. I think it's a great format. I like this. Very fun, very fun. And this time we did snipe Gage. Like I said, this one would have hurt. This one would have hurt a lot if we said Coder, and then it's just like we can't let that happen. It's just we lose too much mental sanity if we stop punishing Gage for being reasonable. All right. There's one more thing I wanted to watch. Lunch is already, of course, lunch has been eaten, but I did really want to see this. And it was really hard because everyone was talking about it. Everyone and their mom was talking about this video, and I'm not sure what it's about. I think this card, I think Tyler the Great Warrior is being up for auction, but I don't know exactly the details of it. And I think that's crazy. Because, like, okay, who in chat knows what this card, or knew what this card was before they've watched the video? I've heard of this card before, but I feel like it has such a crazy legacy, and the fact that it's now apparently up for sale. Let me find it out. Let's find out. I'm sure they explain everything. I don't need to explain it to you. Zebra Quake, thank you for the 6 months. Welcome back. But I think this is a big deal.
We're all scared, but we have to keep moving forward. Even if we can't see the road in front of us. Holding our heads up high, believing in what lies ahead. Even while we sit here, that moment is coming closer every second. We've all got limited time, you know?
So I think first and foremost, we should start off with, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself?
Okay, I'm Tyler Gressley. A lot of people know me as
Tyler.
Tyler the Great Warrior, which actually, Yu-Gi-Oh!
I actually didn't know that he's fine. I'm glad to hear that. was to see that. Because, like, it was, I know that it was like Tyler the Great Warrior was given out to like a child at Make-A-Wish because I think it was cancer that the kid had, and I never knew that the kid, like, I mean, lived, right? So, like, that's good to hear. You know, I didn't assume he died either, but I just didn't know. So that's a good thing.
Chose that name. They let me create the entire card, but they had a surprise for the name, and they chose that.
The fact that he also has this too.
Yeah.
I mean, this just tells the whole story here.
Oh God! Imagine holding that, dude. I'd shake so bad.
This is what he drew when he was in the hospital. And this is the final rendering, I think.
So what no one knew prior to this whole thing coming
Wait, he drew that as a kid? No shot. He drew that?
together was that there were two separate artworks that Kazuki Takahashi did for Tyler the Great Warrior. And so Tyler got to pick which artwork it was.
Kazuki Takahashi.
And so the fact that we have that, and it's also signed by Kazuki Takahashi as well, is just, I was geeking out when they were showing, I'm like, this is unbelievable. This is the part of the story that no one's ever heard before.
Yeah. So are you just a big Future Trunks fan? Is that okay? Yeah, I was like, dude, that's just Future Trunks on the card. It's like, it's so awesome.
Well, don't hold it with one hand, dude. Making me nervous.
My journey really started in 2001. I was initially diagnosed with undifferentiated sarcoma of the liver, which is a extremely rare cancer. I was told at the time when I was diagnosed that there was on average about 200 known cases that they had ever seen in the United States of it. Eventually, they told me about Make-A-Wish. At the time, I really loved playing Yu-Gi-Oh! So I told them I wanted to make this, and they flew us out to New York, my dad and I. They introduced me to the artist. They introduced me to different voices of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Show. I got to watch the pressing of the card, took the picture with it, and got to go home with it. They contacted me, and first thing I wanted was a Porsche, but I wasn't old enough. So they said, if you were 16, yeah, sure, we'd make it happen, but because you can't drive, you can't.
Well, let me tell you one thing. It's probably worth more than a Porsche now.
After tossing some ideas around and stuff, this is what came up, and I drew this. Always been inspired by Dragon Ball Z and stuff. I loved Yu-Gi-Oh! So much, so I was like, man, I can combine the both if I can do whatever I want, you know? So I just combined my two favorite pastimes at the time. So
yeah, my 12-year-old self highly agrees with that. This is fantastic.
I wonder if they mentioned why it's being sold
from the initial stages of the Make-A-Wish process?
So I remember at the beginning of the Make-A-Wish process, two Make-A-Wish representatives coming in, introducing themselves, saying, hey, kind of explaining the process to me. And then, honestly, on such big wishes, they kind of really honed in on that. You gotta be patient. This is gonna take a lot of work. We're gonna have to make a lot of phone calls. We will touch base anytime we get any updates. To me, at the time, it seemed like it took forever, but it really didn't take all that long. To be honest with you, I don't remember offhand. I don't remember the two girls who helped, the two representatives who helped get me started before we went to New York and did all this stuff.
I'm glad we're able to all assemble here today.
Sure. My name's Sophia Morton. I am the Senior Director of Mission Discovery with Make-A-Wish Ohio, Kentucky, and Indiana. We're the largest chapter in the country, but there's about 53 chapters across the country who help support children with critical illnesses. What I know about Tyler and the card,
I really like that they're making like a whole documentary about this thing, like to actually understand the background of the card in case you didn't know it beforehand. I think that's very interesting. Oops.
About 18 years ago, I believe it was 2004, 2005, we got the request from a young boy at the time who wanted a wish to design his own Yu-Gi-Oh! Card. And I remember thinking, I have no idea what he's talking about.
Yu-Gi-Oh! By the way.
So we went in a little blind. It was one of the first requests like that we had gotten. So we really didn't know what the outcome would be. Obviously, years later, it's been an amazing experience, and I think one that still lives with Tyler and his family.
Out of all of the wishes you've ever granted through the Make-A-Wish Foundation, where does this rate in terms of how out there or bizarre or memorable that this one was?
So I've seen a lot, but I would...
Yeah, okay. I mean, let's be real here. To us, this means a lot as Yu-Gi-Oh players, as like, this is our, like, for most of us, like, lifetime hobby and stuff like that. We understand what it means, but I'm sure for, like, Make-A-Wish workers at the time, it probably didn't feel that crazy. Like, you know, like, I don't think, and there's no one to blame for that, but like, if you're not into Yu-Gi-Oh, you don't know what this means, right? You don't know, especially at the time, there was no way to know what this means. Like, there's no way that, like, I think anyone at that time could imagine what kind of worth or value that card could have at some point. Not even just like monetary value, but just like for the game as a whole. Like, I don't think anyone could have known that.
I have to say, out of all of the out there wishes that I've experienced, this is probably in the top 10.
Really?
You know, this wasn't actually Tyler's first request for Make-A-Wish. Do you remember what some of his other asks were?
I will have to say that I do not remember what Tyler's first asks were at that time. I think once he kind of landed on this, we went running with it.
In retrospect, and you can be honest, do you still wish you got the Porsche?
In retrospect, no. I don't wish I got
That's
the
the
Porsche.
easiest question ever. Of course you don't take the
Everyone had
Porsche,
really
dude.
Great ideas, and then I just kind of had an epiphany one day, and I was like, I think I want to do that. I've always loved to draw, and I loved Yu-Gi-Oh, and I was like, man, what if I could make my own? That would be freaking awesome.
Yeah, oh yeah, go for it.
So curious, when they first approached you guys about this, what did you guys think? What was your first thing that came?
Dude, I was like, we absolutely need to get them here no matter what. I was like, dude,
This is the holy grail.
Oh, 100%.
Is every world first prize card a one of a kind? Actually not. I don't think many of them are even. I think most of them are not one of a kinds. Maybe even all of them. But that is not sophisticated info. But I know that for all of the recent World Championships, there has been multiple copies of the first place prize card because the Dragon Duelists get another one. Although I think Dragon Duel is not a thing anymore. But there's one for Duel Links. There will probably be one for Master Duel from now on. And there has always been, back in the day, there was no Dragon Duel yet. The first time they had Dragon Duel was 2012. But there was always a Nintendo DS World Championship. Before there was Duel Links and everything, there was like Nintendo DS World Championship games, and they had a separate World Championship. So there was always, as far back as I remember, there was multiple copies of the first place prize card for Worlds. So there's, I don't know if any of the really old ones are one of a kinds. That might be. But even as old as 2006, 2007, I'm pretty sure there was always at least 2 copies of the first place prize card. Dragon Duel is the kids division. And you know, then there's other games. So yeah. Did anyone find the one-on-one ring card? That I don't think that has been released yet. I'm pretty sure that is in like a couple months.
Yeah.
For Yu-Gi-Oh.
Yeah. Yeah.
Why did they go to
so
Beckett
cool.
instead of PSA? I am not into the grading game to tell you the answer to that. I have no idea. Maybe they got a better offer from Beckett or something like that. I don't know. Do you own any prize cards? As far as ultra rares, I still have the one from YCS Utrecht, my Another Verse Dragon. That's the only one I have left, though. I have super rares left, but the only ultra rare first place I have is the one from Utrecht. The other ones I don't have anymore.
Never thought I would see this. Like, I'm an old school Yu-Gi-Oh player, so I was just like, oh, wait, hang on, we're getting one card all of a sudden? So like, I'm curious, I don't know if you know, or I'm curious, like, when they printed it, it was
Yes,
just on this one sheet? Because I'm pretty interested in the production on it, so.
They just made the one, cut it out, put it directly into the case. No one, as far as I know, no one's touched it with their bare hands.
Gotcha. No, that's an awesome card, man. Wow.
If you have any other questions about the story, you know, feel free to ask him. We already did like all interviews.
Wait, are they gonna open it and
So walk
grade
us
it?
through the first steps of creating the card. You decided you wanted to make the card.
Are
You
they gonna
had some
take it
of
out?
The initial rough drafts concept art. You had the boxer guy first initially, and then
Okay, this is what he drew. Okay, that sounds
slowly moved
about
on
right.
to the
They are
Tyler the Great Warrior as we know what it is now.
The airwaves kind of went silent for a little while. They said the next steps is we'll take you up and have you
I mean,
talk
I guess with the money that this thing is going to cost, they have to make sure it's actually the real thing, you know? I guess that makes sense, yeah.
to the artist. When I went to New York,
that's going to be stressful for me to
that's
watch,
when
dude.
they were kind of ready. They were like, hey, we have this concept art and stuff. Well, they said, does this one or this one look good to you? And that's what we're gonna render.
So both of those that we have, were both done by Kazuki Takahashi, and those were the two final iterations where once you went to New York, they said, here are the proofs, and you pick which one, and we just go from there.
At one point, we talked a little bit about what attack level I wanted it, things like that. So I may have chosen that, but as far as like summoning privileges and everything like that, I didn't choose any of that. I just wanted something really strong, and other than that, they kind of took it from there.
Just thinking back then, like, okay, so yeah, it's got ring on it, and you can search it with witch.
What's its defense?
It's 1500. I was like, this is so good.
The one thing I wanted to ask though before you get into it is if you look at the card, it doesn't like correctly totally sit in there, right? Like if you hold it up, does that make you at all nervous of how it will come out?
A little bit. It's just you never know with these pressure cases. So like what could be on it. So yeah, hopefully it's completely fine and we just open it and there's no surface indents.
Okay.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
All right.
No pressure.
No pressure.
Did you actually see them press and like mint the card as well? Or did they just sort of hand the card over to you?
So I did see them press and mint the card, but it was behind glass, everything. And from my memory, I don't remember it being that as awe-inspiring as you thought it might be. It was kind of just like, psh, there it is, you know? I mean, here it is.
Do you know how many copies of the card were actually printed?
From their word to mine at 4 kids, it is the only copy.
All right. We're going for screw number 1 right now.
Oh, stare, dude.
Final screw. This. Okay, so this comes off.
Oh god, he's shaking. Oh my god.
There we go. Get that away and give me the penny sleeve.
Oh. Holy shit.
That's what I'm saying. Oh.
You were shaking there.
I'm not even holding
A little bit, yeah. Yeah. Here, Tyler, you want to hold?
Are you not supposed to wear gloves?
Yeah, I've never actually held it before.
All right, let's leave it up. Put it in the deck. See how it plays.
All right. So what's the next step?
All right, so I'm gonna take this back to get it graded. It's exciting. I'm very speechless. Yeah,
Bro, don't
seen a
move it
lot
like
of
that.
cards, but this is
Are you mad?
easily my most favorite.
Like you said, this is the culmination of months
Did he
of the
just
work.
click it?
Easily my most favorite.
What do you
Like
mean?
you said, this is the culmination of months in the work that we can't believe it's actually happening.
Yeah, yeah. And I can only imagine how everyone's gonna be like, oh my gosh, when they see all this.
Yeah.
Awesome. Cool. Yeah, let's get it going. Here, I'm gonna scoot by you and.
Hand shuffle test.
I know it's not easy to chase your dreams, but I want to believe that I have a chance, even if it's just a tiny one.
Okay.
All right, guys, we're back. What do we think it graded?
I don't know, man. I like to be optimistic. I really want the black label, but
I'm gonna be conservative. I'm gonna say it's a 9.5.
I'll take it. Man. I would like the black label, so I'm just gonna be optimistic. I'll say 10. Why not?
All right, Ian, if you want to just give the rundown actually too about what are some of the things that you look at when you're grading.
So when we are grading, we grade off of 4 categories. So the centering, corners, edges, and the surface of the card. So centering is obviously how well the picture itself is centered on the card. Corners is the 4 corners on it, and whether or not there's any whitening, bends, any sort of other weird damage that may show
I wouldn't know what would possibly have damaged it inside that
the surface
case, but I'm
is
not
the
an
entirety
expert,
of the card. So we're looking for like if there's any scratching, creasing, or any sort of like water damage or anything like that. And then so we ended up with a near mint 7. So we have a 9.5.
Monka S. How bad is 7? How bad is 7, dude? Nah. It's still near mint. Okay. I kind of okay. It's still near mint. Okay. I don't know the details of grading. I don't know. I was just like 7 sounds like, you know, like middle of the pack-ish, but okay, if it's still considered near mint. The card is, how old is this? Like 23 years? Like when was this? When was this printed? Crack it and send it to PSA to get a better one. 2005. Okay, 18 years. I mean, it was 18 years inside that case, right? So I mean, imagine even if there's just like a tiny bit of dust in there and you pressure that thing onto it for like 18 years, you know.
On our, I'm reading back upside down.
Or some sort of moisture in there, like you leave it there for that long. Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
9.5 on the centering, 8 on the
7 is like it looks perfect to any normal person who isn't measuring to check if the black corners are perfectly even. Okay, I mean,
corners, 8.5 on the edges, and then a 6 on the surface.
6 on the surface.
So where was the majority of the pressure you said on the top of it?
So if you want to, I'll pass it around, but along right here, you can actually see a crease going through it. Do you see what I'm seeing?
Where? Oh, is it this? Is it this?
On that corner.
I can't.
Yeah, and
where is it? Corner crease? I can't see shit.
that's going to crush your surface. Yeah.
Let me see.
At least the centering's a 9.5. They printed it right.
Well, we were worried about the centering. We thought that was actually off.
Yeah, it's one of those, like, I call them invisible bends. Like, you only see it in the right light. And then, if I recall, there's some on the bottom corner as well.
Oh man, I love seeing the text on it too. It says, Dan, come here if you can, Dan. This is the first label with the printing on it.
Yeah, it will be the only one with that on it.
2005 Make-A-Wish promo.
That's awesome.
Okay, I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. To me, this looks like a perfect card, but I'm also not looking at it. I don't have it in front of me, of course, but they're probably gonna have their reasons. I mean, centering, almost the perfect grade. Corners probably very good. Edges probably very good. Surface seems to be shit for some reason, but I don't know. To be fair, though, I don't think that it really matters that much, because what are you gonna compare it to? They're like, you know, like. I'll pass on this one because I'll wait for a better one to come around. That's not how it's gonna work. Like, that doesn't exist, you know what I mean? Like, it's the only one, and so it shouldn't really matter, right? I feel like. Jordan, thank you for the Prime. Are you going to London? I forgot. I may have asked you before and you told me you're going to London or LA, but I forgot. Am I seeing you in London?
That's cool. Or is it weird for you, Tyler, that it's like transitioned from like one slab to another slab?
No, I think it's meant to be. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the BGS 10 Tyler personally. I would bid on this one, but the 7 just doesn't feel right, dude. If I'm gonna get that card, it has to be a 10. So I'll wait for a better one to come around.
I mean, all the print and stuff down to it, and just the way it's displayed and stuff is awesome.
You want to crack it and try to read
Over here.
9.5 plus 8 plus 8.5 plus 6 equals 32. Divided by 4 is 8. You are right. That I just double checked. That math is correct, but I'm pretty sure they probably apply different weightings to them. I don't think they are equally important. Like I think there's some other metrics to it. Yeah.
I think we could do better. We're still trying to figure out the next steps for it too, like where to take it and everything.
Right.
And you guys have connections to like eBay and stuff, right?
Did you ever consider selling it at any point in the past? I mean, it's been what, 15-ish years?
So even though I've had it for 15 or 20 years, I haven't considered selling it.
I mean, surely you thought about it, right? I mean, I'm not sure how connected they are to the Yu-Gi-Oh community or to the trading card game market, because you have to be you have to know at least some stuff about the game or the market to understand how much money this card is worth as estimate. So I'm not sure if he was aware over all these years how much that card was probably going to fetch if he sold it. But yeah. So if you knew how much this thing was, then you probably would have considered selling it at some point, right?
Until recently. It was one of those things where they told me when I got the card, you know, cherish it, don't sell it, hang on to it, you know, it's the only one.
Okay, so they told him don't sell it, but they're selling anyways. I mean, surely it's just a gift, so they are allowed to do whatever they want with it. I do think it's kind of sad that, like, they're selling it, kind of, you know what I mean? But, like, I mean... Also, mods, delete the message about making fun of his voice, dude. It's fought cancer. Why would you make fun of the voice? What is wrong? Like, come on. Like, what the hell, dude?
And I've cherished it for a really long time, and I think it would be nice for others to be able to cherish it in a public space, or someone who's going to really truly value that card and the history and everything that kind of came to create it, because it was a massive undertaking.
Even if not, you saying you didn't know that doesn't make it any better. Even if not, what's the point of making fun of it? Like, what's the... I just don't get that. That's such a low bop mentality of just like finding something random about a person and making fun of it. Like, even if that was not even the background, it's not a cool thing to do. Like, it's just like, even if, you know what I mean? Like, it's, why would you, you know?
But I'd like for someone to truly enjoy it.
It's all right now. You don't have to. You don't have to explain to me why you did it. It's just like, it wasn't cool. Let's leave it at that. All right.
That whoever does end up purchasing this is probably going to be someone who does, because they are probably going to take it to their grave, in all honesty, and it's probably never going to change hands again after this, just because of the significance, the history of it all.
I want to part with the card now after so much time. One, because I think the anticipation has really been killing some really avid collectors. I'm not getting any younger. I want to start a family. I want to own and operate my own business to also help my community, as well as travel, see things like my brother in Switzerland, and just kind of see what all's out there and kind of just get some more worldly experience and beautiful views under my belt if I can.
Tyler,
I mean, that's a very respectable reason. I mean, at the end of the day, if you're not into Yu-Gi-Oh anymore, and this is like 18 years ago when you were a kid, you got this cool thing, you could hold on to it and cherish it your entire life, which is also a good idea. But with what this thing is worth now, you can do so many like beautiful things in your life, like, you know, visit family, travel the world, have your own business. I think it's a very respectable decision to, you know, be like, hey, this is a very good memory of mine. I would probably cherish it my entire life, but with the money I get for that card, I can do a lot of other great things. And other people, whoever is going to buy this is probably also going to enjoy it a lot. So, you know.
Thank you so much for coming out. It was really an honor to get a chance to see your card and hear your story. I'm looking forward to what comes of this. And thanks so much again, man.
You said you had no say in the name of the card, but Konami decided that Tyler the Great Warrior was the most fitting. Do you think that's the most fitting name for the card?
So I do think the most fitting name is Tyler the Great Warrior, because what better name would I have come up with, especially as an 11-year-old? You know, at first I was like, oh, I wanted to pick it, but over time, that really sunk in that, like, you know, I really had overcome this crazy journey. I was like, wow, I really did beat this thing. You know, I really championed over this, or I really was a warrior over this. I think, especially now, over the years and growing so much just as an adult and over time, that I couldn't have picked a better name. That was really, really fitting.
Games purify our souls and leave room for our new development that challenges the mind. They are the products of human wisdom. We have a saying back home, it's time to duel.
The auction for Tyler the Great Warrior will be hosted on eBay beginning April 19th, 2023. Whew. Once the auction is live, links will be posted in the description of this video. Yo. Stero, thank you for the 6 months. Appreciate that. See you in London. That is crazy. Now for the real question, chat. How much will this thing go for? I can not put my finger on what I think, because like at least $3. True, not wrong. Very safe guess there. Very rough estimate, but at least $3 is probably correct. Yeah, true. So how many digits are we thinking? How many digits are we thinking, chat? Because like I can't really imagine this being just 6 digits. I don't think 6 digits is the wave here. 100K tops? That's cap. That there's no shot. Mr. Zumbo, thank you for the prime. I appreciate that. Bro, if this thing is sitting under 100K, I'm subathoning all through April. And I'm bidding. If this thing is under 100K, I'm heavy subathoning. I'm out here. There's no shot, dude. There's no shot. There is no chance in the world this thing goes under 100K. There's nah. That does not happen. I don't think it happens. I don't think that happens. There's no way. Cause like, what did that one Black Lotus go for? The most expensive Black Lotus, like an Alpha Black Lotus. What did that go for? I think Post Malone bought it, like the most expensive one. 511K. 525, around 500. Okay, around 500 for an Alpha Black Lotus. How many copies of that card are out there for like an Alpha Black Lotus? Because I actually don't know, but like how many are there? Hundreds? See? Why does Simo have Japanese subtitles? Because believe me, Japanese people are gonna want this card, dude. their Japanese collectors are gonna want this card. I think this card being a one of a kind, I can't see this. If I had to guess right now, I would say 7 digits. I would say 7 digits. I think there is a chance that it sells for like a little less than that. Like, I don't know, maybe 500 to 900 something. But I think this is a 7-digit angle, chat. I think. Like, you know. Because, I mean, isn't Charlie Moist Critical also like an avid Yu-Gi-Oh collector? I don't know how much this would be worth to him, for example. I have no idea. But like, I don't know how much money Moist Critical has, for example, and how important this is to him. He said 300k. I think that's cap. I think 300k is cap. I think that there's no way. Moist said 30k? 30k? There's no way. Can you use the card in-game? I don't know the answer to that. I don't think anyone ever will. It's still a 7? I don't think that matters. There's no way that matters because it's a 1-of. What are you going to do? Wait for an 8 to pop up? How does it matter? A Tomb Master. Thank you for the 6 months. Appreciate that so much. It's a Yu-Gi-Oh card, not a Magic card? Okay, what about... How much did that one Black Luster Soldier sell for? That one super expensive Black Luster Soldier. What did that sell for? The vanilla one. 2 million? Really? That was a myth? There's only rumors? Okay, I guess it's rumored to be very expensive. But if that's true, then like I think we are beyond the reality. Look, chat, for probably all of us, except for maybe Napian, this is amounts of monies that we can't even think about spending. Which Napian might get it, but the thing is, like, we can't fathom these numbers. But I think some really rich people out there might actually, you know, like. Hey, Shamopi, thank you for the 14 months. That's a long time. Welcome back. Appreciate that. All right. This was a crazy watch. This made me feel all kinds of things throughout. That was a very, very interesting watch. I'm surprised this only has 88k views. How? How long is the auction going to be? For how long is it going to run? You just need 2 very interested. Yeah, exactly. Like, if there's only one hyper rich person that wants it, no one can outbid them. But if there's 2, then you know, they're just gonna, like, you know, I don't know. I wonder what's gonna happen with it. I wonder if it's just gonna disappear in some sort of collector's personal vault or something, or if it's like, if it ends up being like exhibition somewhere. That'd be kind of cool. But what else could happen? I mean, whoever buys it could make it available to the public by some way, shape, or form. I don't know how it would work, but you know, imagine Konami is salty that he's selling it because they told him not to do it back then, and they just reprint it. They're like, dude, you're not supposed to sell that thing. We're gonna reprint it. We're gonna reprint it, dude. Next gold series, premium gold. The Tyler the Great Warrior's in there. Premium gold, all kinds of glitter effects, dude. Platinum rare, platinum gold. There you go. Tyler the Great Warrior, platinum gold rare. You heard it here first. just cause they're salty that he's selling it. They're like, we don't want that. Fike, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate that. Thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back. Okay. Very interesting. Okay. All right. Chat, we need to hurry a little bit. We need to hurry a little bit because it's almost 4 p.m. and we still want to get through the deck doctor. We still need to get through the doctor of the decks. Okay. Let me get some music up in here. Here's Moist Critical's reaction. Let's not watch a reaction to... Let's not react to a reaction of that thing. Someone already said he said 30k, which I think is outrageously low. Let's do the... we need to hurry for the deck doctor. Okay. All right. So how it worked this time... How it worked this time around with the deck doctor is I posted a link to a Google form on my Discord. It was only open for subscribers this time around on Discord, simply because we had, like, it's been so chaotic the last couple of times. It's been so chaotic the last couple of times with so many submissions and so many multiples that I decided to do it a little bit more streamlined this time around. And we have like way more than enough submissions, even from just subscribers, that I originally planned to open it up for non-subs as well, but then I forgot, and then we had so many submissions from subscribers already that I was like, you know, if I open it up to non-subs now, it's only going to be duplicates anyway. So we ran with it this time. In Venom, thank you for the 6 months. You know, you didn't miss anything. We're just starting. And Vahitu, thank you for the Prime as well. Appreciate that. So, yes, subscribers were able to submit deck lists via Google Forms. And with the help of Skrelpling, I have sorted them and I have selected a bunch that we're going to look at today. I have selected a bunch. Not every single one is going to make it in there. We had like a bunch of submissions. There's no possible way I can talk about every single one of them. So if your deck is not in there, sorry. Just next time, I guess. I can't please every single one. I hope it's still going to be helpful to most of you. And I made sure to include most of the meta decks so that you can get an opinion on any of the meta decks one by one. And also I decided to include some more rogue-ish strategies, but I tried to keep it balanced because I didn't want to talk about some super you know, off the wall stuff that I don't even have an opinion on. But let us just go. I'm just gonna go top to bottom. There's a couple of interesting things here and there. We're gonna start with a Plunder Runic submission. Now, I also want to say that I actually do not know who submitted this, because it was anonymous this time around, so I don't know who submitted this, but whoever you are, they said I gave an additional input field where they could say something about the deck, and they said Kaiju go brr. That was their additional input, which I was more hoping for additional input like, hey, I'm trying to bring this to a YCS, or I'm not playing this card because I don't have it, but they said Kaiju go brr. Okay, so this is the Runic Plunder deck that they submitted, and I actually do have some opinions on this deck because I did try it this past weekend. Yesterday, I played a couple of games with Runic Plunder because I wanted to see how it functions. And I do think it is a solid deck. Hey, yo, RSQ3, thank you for the 5 community gift subs. What is going on today? You guys are being way too kind today. And, okay, we shall interrupt the deck doctor. We should interrupt the deck doctor for a little bit of a Pepe D session then. All right, there has to be time for that. There has to be time. There's always time for that. Thank you for the 5 gifties. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Well, at this rate, we're gonna be 1,000 Andy again at some point. Thank you. All right, everyone Pepe D. No one say anything else. No, Mr. Destructoids. No, even the mods are posting Mr. Destructoids. I can't stop it at this point. I am not capable of stopping it at this rate. This is one of the plunder runic lists submitted. No, I saw your sorted sheet. I just picked a couple from it. I just picked this one out of it. I know there were multiples, but I only picked one of each because I didn't want multiples. Easy as that. All right. I like this list overall. There's a few things I don't like about this list. The first thing I don't love is Kaiju Slumber. I tested this deck, and I felt like Kaiju Slumber was kind of an awkward card. I do understand that giving your opponent the attribute you want is neat. Queso Jama, thank you for the 5. I think giving your opponent the attribute that you want them to have is neat, but still, overall, I didn't feel like that was that valuable in order for me to play a card like Kaiju Slumber. I didn't like it that much. Kaijus themselves are okay, I think. But Interrupted Kaiju Slumber just feels like a very slow card, and I didn't love it that much. Rivalry of the Warlords, you could also argue, is a very win more card. Like, it doesn't help you at all when you go second. Going first, it's good, but only if you can already pull off the full combo. And honestly, my experience with this deck was when I pull off the full combo, like I get to Jord. I get to give my opponent a token. I feel like in most matchups, the Runic Plunder deck itself just wins the game. Even without Rivalry, I felt like that. So I think the Rivalries and the Slumbers are very, very interchangeable for other non-engine cards. I think Terraforming is a beautiful inclusion. That is something that, I mean, maybe you have it from my stream as well, because I recommended that in the past, because I think being able to Terraforming for Fountain or Terraforming for Shipyard is pretty valuable, because if you Terraforming for Fountain, you cannot get like impermed on Hugin. You will always find your Fountain, and I think that's pretty good. But depending on the hand, if you already have your plunders, you can just find the Fountain. You don't have to discard for Hugin, or you just find the Shipyard and you find your tuners, because that's really the most important part. Other than that, I love the plunder ratios. I think 3 white, 3 golden, 2 blue, 2 black eyes, and 1 redbeard is pretty nice. Like, you definitely need 3 of each, and you definitely don't want more than 1 redbeard, I think. The numbers on these can be changed around a little bit for whatever suits you, but yeah. Yeah, I would probably switch the Slumbers and the Rivalries for something more generic that is always good, whether you're going first or second, because Slumber is only ever good going second, and Rivalry is only ever good going first. I think something like Ash, Talents, Imperm, those are kind of cards that I'm looking at. Maybe Books. Those are the type of cards that I like more than these more polarized cards. Do you think Runic Plunder is better than Brave Plunder for the YCS? Probably, but I will also say that I have not tested Brave Plunder. I only played a bunch of games with Runic Plunder, so I do not have much experience with the Brave Plunder deck. Why 2 Shipyard? The reason why it's 2 Shipyards is because if you open with 1 or you Terraforming for it, you do want to have another target for Merc, because Merc searches a Plunder spell trap. So you want to make sure you have a search target for that. I think that's pretty neat. You could also play 1 Shipyard and 1 Trap, but the Trap doesn't give you a starter, right? This is a starter card. The Trap is not a starter card. That's my thoughts on the main deck. Overall, pretty solid. To be fair, though, it is kind of hard to mess up Runic, right? It is kind of hard to mess up Runic. Side deck here, there's one card that I really like in any sort of Runic deck, probably, is like the Grave of the Super Ancient Organism. Maybe Runic Naturia doesn't want it because it has high-level synchros, but I think that is a very good card right now against Branded. So you might want to play that. I think it's better than D-Barrier because honestly, if they have Cosmic, they probably like if they Cosmic your Grave, they don't Cosmic your Fountain, and so that's good for you. I think that's reasonable. Also, Grave of the Super Ancient Organism covers some other decks. Like, it's randomly good against Kashtira sometimes, whereas I think Barrier is not that great against Kashtira. It does stop them in some extent, but you can still be annoyed by Fenrir and Unicorn. I don't know. I think you'd rather have Organism and no Barone with Beast instead of them playing. Yeah, I guess you can just, like, activate Organism, but then how do you win? I guess you could just Beast, Organism, deck them out or something. Yeah, maybe. But yeah, that's my thoughts on Runic Plunder. I think it's a solid deck actually, in case you were wondering. Doesn't Grave conflict with your big ship? It does conflict with your big ships, but you always have to ask yourself the question, does it maybe hurt my opponent way more than it hurts me? And in this case, it's not even close. Like, Branded does not play. You just have to summon a different ship, right? You just play with like Blackbeard and Merc, and you don't make the other two ships. It's not that bad, right? Like, to play under Grave, like you can just like Merc, banish their monsters, attack them at some point, or deck them out. Like, it works. I think it's an okay deck. I don't think it's like the crazy Hail Mary solution, but I think it's an okay deck. I like the list besides the Kaiju Slumbers and the Warlords, I think. All right, next up, we have a little bit of more copium, but I decided to still include it because I didn't want to just have meta decks. I accepted this Tierlement submission because I didn't want to cover, yeah, like I said, I didn't want to cover just meta. And they did actually submit some thoughts. Opted for Kaijus as my go second cards because Arise Heart is the biggest issue. The engine still can do strong pushes otherwise. Kaijus also double as fusion material, and Slumber is good to mill in the opponent's turn. I think what's funny about this is that you can, like, if you go first, you can trigger your Tierlements with Slumber and give them a Kaiju, which is randomly strong against, like, Kashtira, right? Just leave them with a Gamma Seal because you Slumber your own Merly or some shit. So I guess that kind of works. Like, I'm surprised because I'm looking at this and it's like, it doesn't seem great, but I also can't really call it awful. You know what I mean? I mean, it has like, it has the three goods with like Scream, Saliak, and Trivi Karma as targets. You can probably grind decently well with like some amount of Ishizus, King of the Swamp. It's as much as I would like to criticize it, I actually like your build. Like, the main deck, I don't have many changes I would suggest here. Like, I think you could think about playing one, I think I would like to play one Wraith Soth, because that way you can turn your goods or Trivi Karma mill into a Fenrir if you want to, right? Also, you did forget Poly. I just noticed that. I wonder if that is maybe on purpose because you only want to fuse with King of the Swamp to make Garura and you're not planning to play Poly, but because there's also no Guardian Chimera. Oh wait, Trivi Karma does not search Wraith Soth. Okay, but the terraforming at least. But yeah, I do think you could still consider a Wraith Soth to be included with the terraforming. And you probably want Poly. You probably want Poly. Also, where's Cherubini, dude? Are you not watching? Are you not sub to pack? Are you not sub to pack, Sleepy Joe? Where's Cherubini? Where's Dracosac Cherubini? No, in all honesty, I don't hate this list. I think it's all right. Danny Boy, thank you for the 3 months. And yugioh Cody, thank you for the 10. Thank you for that Prime. I appreciate that. I surprisingly don't have many suggestions to this, because I don't think this is a top tier deck. I think if you're expecting a top tier deck, then this is the wrong place for you. But this does look like it's a fun deck, and I think with the choices you made, I can see this doing okay at like a regionals. I wouldn't think it's unheard of that this can, like, on a good day, just like, you know, do well at a regionals. I can see it. I don't hate it. I don't hate this list. I think it's a cool approach. And I don't have much for you to change, except for the Wraith Soth and maybe the Poly. Also, surprisingly, I didn't think I would ever say this, but isn't this pretty budget now? Cause, like, what's expensive here? Nothing, right? Fenrir. Somewhat. But you only played 2. So compared to some other top decks, you know, Pearl Rhino still 20. Yeah, okay, but like, I mean, you 3 Pearl Rhinos for 60. How much is Fenrir? Isn't it like 30, 35? 30 each? Fenrir 30 each, Planet 20 each, so that's 120 for those 5 cards, and then the rest is not very expensive, I think. So we're talking like a main deck of like 150 to 200. I think in nowadays Yu-Gi-Oh, that is very acceptable. Right? I think that's acceptable. Maybe it's not budget, but very acceptable. So yeah, solid. I like that submission. I enjoyed that a lot. Next up, we have Mikanko Libromancer. A little bit of madness in here. Although when I picked this out this morning, I was actually pleasantly surprised. This is why I picked this one, because multiple people did submit Mikanko Libromancer. This one feels so surprisingly okay to me, because in my mind, Libromancer Mikanko was like this incredible combo pile that couldn't fit non-engine at all, which is kind of true, but in this case we have like 44 cards with 9 non-engine, which could be better, could be worse. Could be better, could be worse, but I think it's okay. They said, mostly just trying to make the deck more consistent. High card count, but some one-offs really hurt to open. So I think here it's a case of with Mikanko Libromancer, you've kind of identified the problem, right? The deck is kind of inconsistent, but it also plays a couple of cards that you don't want to see. Like, I think ideally you don't want to see the Renaud, you don't want to see the Fiery Dance, you don't want to see the Ceremony, you don't even want to really see First Appearance, because then your Geek Boy is significantly worse, because if you draw First Appearance, your Geek Boy doesn't fetch you necessarily anything. So the deck really functions well if you don't draw most of these cards. Like, you don't want to see the Intervention, the Agent, the Hair. Like, there's a bunch of cards you don't want to see. So I don't hate going over 40, but then you do face the issue of your non-engine is very far in between, and you still need to make sure you see enough ritual monsters, because here you're not even playing Prosperity, which I find a little odd. Maybe that's a budget reason, but I think the standard combo doesn't really draw any cards. You're not even playing Cross Sheep. Off the top of my head, I can't think of a counter synergy with Prosperity right now. I don't think there is one. Magician Souls, I guess. Yeah, maybe you want Magician Souls, or it's a budget decision. But Prosperity would help consistency. Prosperity would help your consistency a lot, but Magician Souls does kind of conflict with it. So maybe if that's your decision to not do it, that's fair. I think Ash and Imperm are fine non-engine in this deck. I'm not sure about Nibiru. I think Nibiru in general, this format, is okay. I think Nibiru is okay in this format. I just think in this particular deck, I'm not sure if you want it, because you're playing 44 cards, so you're not very likely to see the card at all, and you're also not very likely to see it in pairs, which is where Nibiru is really good against Sprite, for example, if you draw it alongside an Impermanence or a Veiler or whatever. And in this deck, it's not consistently going to do that. And there's a lot of other examples too. Like, for example, against the Runic decks, Nibiru is also very nice if you have it paired up with another hand trap, because then you can just like let them make Barone, let them play out their entire turn, nib them at the end, negate the Barone, easy clap, right? In this deck, when you're drawing Nibiru, you're probably going to draw it alone, which is very, very risky because most people have a way to play around that one Nibiru as the only hand trap. So I would suggest you replace the Nibiru with a more impactful card when drawn alone, which could be something like Lava Golem, but then you're facing issues with the Diviner. I remember seeing some people play Diviner and Lava Golem in the same list. You have to try whether that works out or if it's too awkward. You could try Book of Moon. You could try Evenly Matched. I think all of those are fair. You could also play another hand trap like Gamma. I wouldn't hate, even though that adds driver to the deck, but that's that. I'm not sure if you need 2 Doom Brokers. I'm not aware of any combo that actually requires 2 Doom Brokers, but if you wanted to save a slot, then you could cut that. Of course, it's a ritual to open, but I think out of all the rituals you play, it's the worst one to open. So why not play like a 3rd Benton or a 3rd Ohime, because those are like, you know, probably good. Because you play one, you can get it back with Agent. I think you're okay. But that's that. That's my input on this deck. I know it's not that much because I haven't played this deck this format yet, because I simply don't. I don't think it checks the boxes for what this metagame needs. Like, I don't think this metagame needs like a high ceiling combo pile with just a couple of non-engine. I don't think we're in a format that asks for a deck like that. But I do think except for the couple changes that I suggested, I think this is a solid approach to the deck. Whether you want to play this sort of deck is a whole different question, but if you want to play this deck, I think with some minor tweaks, this approach is fine. All right, next up, we have something a little bit more meta, which a lot of people submitted. I just picked one, which is Branded Despia. I just picked one that I liked. There's a few things about this list that I like, a few things that I dislike. I just want to point some of them out. I want to point out Despia in general, I think is very hard to build completely perfectly, but there's also only so much you can really mess up with, I think. Like, I don't think I've ever seen a Despia build in this format where I was like, this is completely garbage, this does not make any sense. Most of the time, they were at least reasonable, right? And yeah, so I like Allure. I think Allure is a great card right now in Despia. I like that you are pairing it up with a Radion. I think in this case, where you have the added synergy with Allure, you can really deal with the fact that Radion is a level 7, which is normally the downside of playing Radion, is that it's a level 7, so you can't have not Labyrinth. You can't have Kashtira stuck with a Radion. But in case of, playing Allure, I think it's totally reasonable. I like the 3 Albaz because 3 Albaz alongside Cartesia makes sure that you can play through Ash on Branded Fusion, which I think is very, very good in this format to have a plan for when your Branded Fusion gets ashed, because everyone plays Ash right now. So having the Albaz hard draw with a Cartesia Axis card is really, really valuable, because you can still go into your Lubellion or your Albion and play from there. I think that's a very valuable thing, especially with 3 Allure of Darkness. The risk of drawing dead Albazes is not that high. Also, going second, Albaz is actually a pretty good card into the Kashtira board, because if you can bait the Arise Art, normal summon Albaz and fuse away the Arise Art is a very good line. Like, if you go second against Kashtira, you actually want to draw the card, I think. You actually want to draw Albaz because it does give you a very good way to play into the board. I don't like Book of Eclipse. I've said it before. I think Book of Eclipse is a card that was pretty good in the beginning of the format and is pretty mediocre now, simply because it doesn't cover... It's just a worse Book of Moon, I think. It's not a bad card. I just think if you're only playing one book, I think it's Book of Moon. And I'll tell you why. And I'll probably refer to that explanation on some of the future decks that we're going to look at. But I think the reason why people play books is obviously Kashtira. Obvious reason is Kashtira. So we're looking at and evaluating these cards for the Kashtira matchup. And I think going first, we don't have to talk about it. Book of Moon is better. Book of Moon is better when we go first. Because we don't have to book our own things. We don't have to worry about their stuff getting flipped face up and them drawing cards. We just book whatever they summon that locks them out of every play imaginable outside of hard drawing branded Kashtira Birth plus normal summon. So Book of Moon going first, very solid card against Kashtira. Book of Eclipse, not so much. Going second, there's a couple of scenarios. Some people go for just a Rise Heart. In that case, Book of Moon is literally the same as Book of Eclipse, but it cannot get ashed, and it doesn't get flipped face up in the end phase. Book of Moon is better against just a Rise Heart. Then, full Zone Lock. Both of those cards are dead. Doesn't matter. Doesn't make a difference. And then there's this middle combo. This, at the very beginning of the format, this like 2-card combo to go like Diablosis, Shangri-Era, or Rise Heart, lock 3 of your opponent's zones. In that case, Book of Eclipse is better than Book of Moon. The problem is, no one does that play, or no one should really do that play, because that play kind of dies to everything. Like, that play, if you're playing Kashtira, that play is kind of like the one play that plays into every single out your opponent might play, right? Sphere Mode, Lava Golem, Book, Kaiju, every single answer to Kashtira beats that board. So I think if you're playing Kashtira, you need to decide. Either I go full combo or I go like just the Rise Heart. The middle way doesn't really make sense. And so because Book of Eclipse is only better in that specific case, which no one really should be doing. So this is why I don't really like Book of Eclipse, unless you're already playing Book of Moon and you're saying to yourself, I want more of that type of card. I want more books. Then think about playing Book of Eclipse. How about Swords? I think Swords would be a great card, but it sucks going first, and going second, it gets banished by a Rise Heart. So that card is not very good, unfortunately. It's just not very good. Other than that, in the main deck, honestly, if you want to keep it 40, I have no other suggestion other than I would take out Branded Expulsion for something else. I don't think that card should be in the main deck. I don't think it's good enough. I don't like Foolish Burial. I think if you want to play another starter, you can play Gold Sarcophagus, because Gold Sarcophagus has the benefit of it works as a tragedy, but it also works as a Mercurier. So if you have Foolish, I guess Foolish works for Saronir in this particular version because it has the Pistials. In that case, I can get behind it. Yeah, maybe Foolish is fine. You could swap the Expulsion for Gold Sark as well, but then sometimes you draw multiples of like Tragedy. Like you allure into Tragedy, you draw into Sark. It could be worse. I don't know. I think I would just probably do minus Expulsion, minus Book of Eclipses, play 3 Book of Moons, and that's probably a solid list. Or maybe play Ash if you're concerned about the mirror match. That seems pretty nice. That seems pretty nice. And then you got to move the Expulsion. If you want to side the Expulsion, then you have to side put it into the side deck. I'm not sure if I like the Gimmick Puppet in general. I'm going to be honest. I think if I was playing Branded, I would probably not play it. Maybe that's me in my idealistic world where I don't want to play any Floodgates, but I genuinely think that at the point where you're resolving Gimmick Puppet, it basically means that, first of all, you're resolving Branded Fusion, and your opponent doesn't have any of their side deck cards. Because let's be real, every single side deck card that people are playing against Branded right now stops this card. Every single side deck card against Branded that people are playing stops this card. They're playing Bestials, Ash, Bell, all those cards to stop the Gimmick Puppet lock. So it will only ever work It will only ever work if you go first, have Branded Fusion, they don't ash it, and they also don't draw any other side deck card. And I'm like convinced that Branded wins those games anyways. On top of that, that play is also super weak to some other additional side deck cards. Like, for example, a card like Dimensional Barrier or a card like Grave of the Super Ancient Organism are actually super, super effective against the Gimmick Puppet Lock, because what you can do is just, they Gimmick Puppet Lock you, you're like, okay, well, set pass. You skipped my turn, now I'm going to skip your turn. That does not work if you go for the normal Branded opener, because in that normal opener, if you set a Dimensional Barrier, that thing gets Guardian Chimera really fast. Same for Grave of the Super Ancient Organism. So I think overall, the Gimmick Puppet Lock, as fancy as it feels and as good as it feels to auto-win with it, I don't think it's correct. I don't think it's correct to play that card, because, yeah, I think this would only ever be warranted if, like, people were siding cards that this would beat. But every single side deck card that people have against Branded beats this card, so I don't see the point. So I think you can just cut the Expulsion, just cut the Gimmick Puppet Nightmare. You can play like a third Bell, whatever, and then your deck is just better than before, I think. Yeah, you could also think about Crossout, I think. You already have the Aqua Dolphin to make sure that your fusion deployment can counter Ash. I like that. I think that's a neat idea that you can definitely do. I still think Crossout could kind of be a good idea, you know? Like, you could like side in a Bell, a Ash when you go first, and then you have Crossout and fusion deployment to counter Ash. I like that idea. All right. Next up, we have Trap Tricks. I figured I'd include Trap Tricks, even though I've made my opinion about the deck very clear, which I don't think it sucks, actually. I think it's a valid deck. I just kind of view it as a quote-unquote budget option, which there's nothing wrong with that, but I think for like actual top-tier competition, I'm not sure if I love it. This list in particular, I picked this one because it is pretty streamlined, and I like it for that reason, but there's also a couple cards that I was confused when I saw it, so I want to talk about. Like, for example, Enemy Controller, I don't really understand. I don't really know why there's Enemy Controller. I don't really see the point of Enemy Controller in this format. I think Enemy Controller is only good in the Kashtira mirror match. Because, you know, I don't really know. I don't really know why there's Enemy Controller. I really can't tell. You can chain Arachno when they Arise Hard and then Econ take it, so you still make Zera and Zeus. Okay. I mean, I'm not sure at this point. Like, the card is not very good going first, I think, right now. I mean, taking a Fenrir is okay. Actually, taking a Fenrir is solid. But for the most part, I'm not convinced by Enemy. I'm not convinced by Enemy. Also, I'm pretty sure if you do play Enemy, you probably need your own Arise Heart, right? Just as a, if you are set on keeping the Enemy Controller in, you do need, I think, your own Arise Heart, just in case you can steal, you need to go battle phase evenly them, so you cannot turn their Arise Heart into a Zeus or something. You'd probably very much want to have your own Arise Heart in case they triggered Shangri-La or something in standby phase. So you can take it and make a Rise Heart over it. Evenly, I like. Ash and Imperm, I like. Parallel Exceed, I'm not convinced. I'm really not convinced by Parallel Exceed. I think that card is a little bit awkward. I don't hate it either, but I felt like another non-engine card would be better than another extender in this deck. I mean, if it all resolves, it's a good card, but once again, we're talking about like win more cards here, right? I feel like we're talking about a card that if I'm already winning, I'm winning even more if I have Parallel Exceed. I think there's not that many scenarios where Parallel Exceed wins me a game that I would otherwise be losing. I think that's what we're trying to look for in like non-engine cards. Which Parallel Exceed, while it does summon your monsters, for the most part it's a non-engine card because it's not what gets you going, it's not what your deck is centered around. I think by definition that makes it a non-engine card. I'm not gonna lie, besides the 3 Parallel and the 3 enemies, I'm like, that list is 100% fine. Like, I don't know if you need Bottomless Trap Hole, but everything else is good. I think you could maybe argue the Bottomless should be a second Floodgate Trap Hole, but just replace the Parallel Exceed and the enemies with, like, what would you even replace it with? Like, maybe Book of Moon, Talents seems okay. You could play Kaijus if you think the deck is strong enough going first. I think those are like the things you want. Bottomless is for Albaz? Okay, fair enough. Then keep Bottomless. That's a good point. Normal summon Albaz is annoying. Yeah, that's true. All right, next up we have going second Sword Soul. And they said this list feels so tight. What do I cut? Kick weight. Okay. I think I picked this one specifically because there was multiple Sword Souls that people submitted. I picked this one specifically because it said going second Sword Soul, and that made that I had a lot of questions when they said that. Because I don't really understand I want to try and understand the appeal of going blind second with Sword Soul. I'm not sure what the point is of doing that. Also, I don't really know why there's Dark Hole. I just feel like this deck, like, you're acting like, by bringing a blind second deck, basically, by bringing a blind second deck and having like Nibiru in it, you're basically making a statement that, hey, I have no problem with beating a Rise Hard Pass. But then I'm looking at the deck, and I don't think your deck converts that theory into practice. I don't think your deck is very good if they go a Rise Hard Pass. Like, I think you draw a lot of hands with this deck. I think almost none of them will beat a Rise Hard plus Book of Moon plus a Hand Trap or something, which is a very standard opener. Sword Soul breaks boards way better than it's going first turns. Well, yes, but not a Rise Hard, I feel like. Like, I think there's been formats where going second Sword Soul was genuinely a good thing. I've thought about playing it before. I don't know if this is the one, Chief. I don't know if this format is the one where you want to do that. Right? I really don't know if this is the one. Also, with a Rise Hard and Shangri Era in the format, like, how are we only on 2 Vishuddhas? I don't know. If you're looking for things to cut, I think Dark Hole is a good start. I don't think Dark Hole is particularly good because they can all prepare. At least the people that I have been playing have always done the Goliath with Prosperity. Well, they did Garura first, but then Goliath after. That was their second attach. So, risky. Right? Risky. Nibiru also risky because I don't think your deck is that good against a Rise Hard Pass situation. Like, your outs are basically Imperm and Dark Hole. None of them work if they have a Lance. So I think you should probably have some amount of like Kaijus in there or something. Right? Yeah, maybe Gamma would be a better idea if you're blinding second than Nibiru, because that seems, I mean, honestly, any deck blinding second this format probably wants Gamma. Gamma is pretty sick going second right now. Because you can even top deck into Gamma and still play around the Arise Art that way. So, yeah. I think if you're looking for cards to cut, it's Dark Hole, it's Nib. It's probably Dragon Circle, because I'm gonna be honest, I don't know why you play 3 Dragon Circles going second. The card is not that good. Also, there's no Barone. I just noticed that. I didn't notice that this morning. That is that has to be a budget choice, right? That has to be a budget choice. Which, I can respect that. We always respect that in these deck doctors. When someone says they don't play a card because they don't have it, that's fine. Well, we're not forcing anyone to spend money on a Barone. For a budget deck, you know, if that's your reasoning to play this deck the way you are, if we're measuring it by budget standards, it's probably okay, right? And in that case, I also really understand. Now, in my head, it makes a lot more sense to go second. Because when you go second, you have less need for Barone, right? You can much easier go for, like, yeah, Cheng Ying attack for game. You still want Barone, but you don't need it as desperately than when you're going first, right? So... this one I included just to please the Rika Sun Avalon enjoyers. Because I'm going to be honest with you, your main deck is literally the incarnation of standard. But I still like it. It's standard for good reason. It's just, I feel like you always play these 31 cards, then you have 9 non-engine slots. And you filled them with Ash, Kaiju evenly, which I think is a very good combination. Like, I like it because all these 3 all do different things, and they all work well together. Like, if I Ash Kashtira, they probably don't zone lock me, but they probably still can make Shangri-Ira or a Rysard, so I can always do something with the Kaiju. Or if I draw Kaiju and evenly, I can evenly them, they leave the Rysard, and then I Kaiju them. Or if they full zone lock, I first Kaiju, then evenly. It's like, it's a cool... I think it's a good concept and a good choice, a good combination of cards. I included this one because I was wondering about this thing. Like, what is going on here? Spiritual Water Art Aoi? That's kind of crazy that you did that. I kind of like the idea though. I can kind of get behind it. I mean, that card, if this resolves, is a broken card. I mean, those hand disruption cards are banned for a reason, dude. And your deck has a bunch of water monsters. So I think that card is probably pretty good. Deep Draw Rika. There has not been any Punk Kashtira submitted, no. But yeah, as far as improvements goes, I actually think this deck list is kind of tight. It's a deck that has a very streamlined deck list. I don't think there is too much to be done. I think you could consider playing one more card for going second against Kashtira in your side deck. Because currently it's basically only Pankratops, which isn't the worst card actually against the Kashtira, because it also does something whatever their opener is. Like, even against the full zone lock. Well, it technically doesn't let you out any of the zones, but you can kill the Rysard and then maybe play. Isn't there a Rose Whip angle? There could be a Rose Whip angle for going first, but for the most part, I like this list a lot. I just wanted to include it just to give you my opinion on it. Basically, you're not getting many suggestions here because I don't have any, but you're getting a well done certificate for submitting the list still. This was the only Sun Avalon list that was submitted, I'm pretty sure. And here we have Naturia Runic, which I felt like I needed to cover because it's a super meta relevant deck. So I did decide to include it. Like I said earlier, I think the deck is also super streamlined. You're doing 18 Runics, which you had me right there. I looked at this list this morning. I saw 18 Runic quick plays. You already know I included this deck. I think the choice of Nibiru plus Gameciel is weird. I think that is a weird combination of non-engine. Because they don't really function well together. And they also kind of cover... Like, okay, Nibiru doesn't cover a Rise Hard Pass, Gameciel does. But Nibiru's main selling point, I think, is that it stops the full zone lock. And you do have Kaijus for that already, so your deck is not auto-losing to it. Unless you're super paranoid about the full zone lock, I'd probably replace the Nibirus with more... Either just more engine, and just be like, hey, I have max engine, and sometimes I need that Kaiju. But I don't know if I like playing just the 2 of Nib on top. I think Nib in general in Runic is very good when you go first, actually, because it's very hard to not summon 5 times when you're playing into a Runic board, right? Like, you can play around Nib going first all you want. When you go second against a Runic deck, you're always playing into Nibiru. Or you're just dead, right? If you don't have enough to push, you're just losing the grind game, right? So, like, backing up your board with the Nibiru is really, really strong in Runic. But going second, on the flip side, you're also a lot more likely to draw into a dead Nibiru. Because you go second, you play, you draw 2 or 3 cards as Fountain, you find a Nibiru, that's stuck in your hand forever. So I have mixed feelings about Nibiru in Naturia Runic. I think a card like Talents is a lot more high value because it can be very good going first when you get hand trap, but it can also be a sick top deck off of Runics. This is why a card like Talents is quite nice, I think, in Runic decks. So I would suggest you take out the Nibs for Talents for now. The rest I like. I don't know if you need 3 blessings. I've seen people see 2, but I also see people run out of them very frequently when they play 2, so that's fine to play 3, I think. I like the 1 goods, just to make sure you have more starters of the Naturia tuners. I like that. And I think the side deck, I'm not sure if you want another Nib. I also don't know if Munin is very good. I know your attention with Munin. I understand it. You're trying to, like, gain 1,000 in time. The problem is, if time is called on your first turn, you don't actually get to an end phase. So it's always this, like, you kind of need to go summon Munin, pass, gain 1,000, and then they still get a turn? Kind of awkward, I think. Kind of awkward. Falcon Ace, thank you for the 7 months. Welcome back. But yeah, that's my feedback on this one. Besides that, I have no complaints. Besides that, it's a solid list. Which, there's only that much you can mess up with Naturia Runic, to be honest. Alright. Here we have a Labyrinth deck profile. They said, D-Barrier is not in a main deck. I feel like it's only really valuable against Branded, and I'm not seeing a great representation. I agree with you 100%. I played a D-Barrier on Saturday, and I think that card felt like ass. The Ruma Karma Cannon has been insane in testing both against Kashira, Sprite, and other rogue matchups that can be troubling to deal with. It feels like the next best normal trap. I agree with you. I played one Daruma Karma Cannon, and I wish I played more. So I am in agreement there as well. Solomon Domain. The logic similar to Evenly. It can be fetched by the pots going first. It is always a valuable card, and it could come up against players who are maining evenly matched. I understand that reasoning of wanting some amount of Solomon in your main deck just so you have a chance of beating main deck evenly. I still think it's kind of iffy because going second, it's a problem to draw that card, but it could still be okay. I don't know. I think your list is solid, and I will also say I think it's better than the list that I played. It's not that much different from the list that I played. It's just like I didn't have Lords, I didn't have Solemns, I didn't have Trap Trick. I only had one cannon. So it's like 6 cards different. So not that much. But I still think the cards that you changed are good changes. Like I like that you took out D-Barrier. I like that you added more Karma Cannons. I think the 2 Heavenly Prisons is also kind of a good number, because it's just more starters because it gets you to your traps. I like that. Yeah, no, I like it. I don't know if this is I don't know if this is good enough. I would probably think that maining Solemn Judgment isn't necessary. Like, I understand your reasoning. Like, sometimes you can find it with Prosp and be safe from evenly matched, but I honestly think overall, against Kashtira, Solemn Judgment isn't that good if they don't have evenly matched. And I don't think there is enough evenly matched in the format to justify playing a main deck out to it, if that makes sense. I think if everyone was maining evenly, you might want to main deck Solemn Judgment, but I don't know if I agree with maining Solemn Judgment for it. Cyclone, thank you for the Prime. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. So I think instead of the Solemn Judgments, I would just play... I don't even know what I would play. Maybe if you like the Ruma Karma Cannon this much, you could try a 3rd copy. I also think that what people in chat are saying right now, I think there is an argument to cut Skill Drain. I personally would cut Skill Drain. I don't know if you feel ready for that, though. I think cutting Skill Drain requires some amount of balls to be like, hey, I think I can win without floodgating at all. That's kind of how I felt like after this weekend. I kind of felt like, hey, I don't think Skill Drain wins me many games that I would have otherwise lost. Because for you to win with Skill Drain, you basically need to be able to set your stuff, resolve the card, and still have some engine to beat them down with. I think that's a scenario where you win with most other trap cards, right? Yeah, but that's up to you. All right, and here we have Life Twin Sprite. The deck is very easy to build and has a solid plan in drawing non-engine to sack your opponent. I'm just wondering if there's a better non-engine to run in a 250th YTS. Also, if the extra deck can use a change. Victor Rosa, thank you for the 11 months and good luck at your YCS. I'm going to be 100% honest with you right now, in case anyone was wondering. I also have no idea yet what I'm going to play for the YCS. So you're not alone. I also do not know yet. Okay, we are looking at a list with 12 Life Twins. We have a full Sprite package in the sense that it does have Gamma Burst, but no Double Cross, so it's not full Sprite package. Our non-engine is 3 Ash, 3 Nib, 2 Tactics, 2 Book, 2 Enemy, 3 Imperm. A lot of DOS. I will say I do not like playing 3 Password and 3 Sunny Snitch. I know it feels bad to not draw any Life Twins. I know it feels bad. But at this point, dude, I think it's just too bad to draw Secret Password and Sunny Snitch together. I think it's too bad. I think it sucks so much to draw these two together. It's fine to draw like a twin and a Sunny Snitch, or a twin and the Frost, or Frost and Password, or Frost and Snitch. Like, all those combinations are fine. The only combination that is so bad is Secret Password and Sunny Snitch. I think it's like, I would really like to mitigate that risk of drawing those two together. Like, just play like, I don't know, 2 and 2 or 3 and 1, 3 and 2, some lower amount, and just bump some of the non-engine up. I think you are very low on non-engine here, I feel like. You know, you still have a bunch, but for a Sprite deck, it's not that much. You have like 3 Nib, 3 Ash, 3 Imperm, 9 hand traps, and 6 spells. Like, 15 non-engine is like, it's a lot compared to other decks, but compared, like, for Sprite standards, kind of feel like, yeah, this deck is just missing. I think this deck is missing the prosperity consistency angle. Like, if you could just play less twins and play prosperity instead, it would be great. You would have to try it though. You are missing the draw on the first turn. I think that sucks. but maybe the added consistency and not having to play that many life twins is worth it. Couldn't you just cut the secret password and only play the 3 Sunny Snitch? You could, but in that case, I think I'd play 2 Sunny Snitch and 1 password, just in case if you do draw password, you thin your deck. I think that's slightly more optimal, just so you don't draw into more Sunny Snitches later when you do go for your draw combos. But yeah, overall, I think your deck is still solid. I would just... I know you really need to draw twin plus Sprite card, but I don't think that means you need to play 12 life twins. I think if you're that desperate about not bricking, I would play Prosperity. I would play Prosperity if you're that desperate about not seeing the combo of twin plus Sprite. Other than that, the list is fine. I don't love the 2, 2, and 2 here, but I assume it's just because you couldn't decide. I honestly am a fan of talents right now, especially when you pair it with hand traps. Like, going second against Kashtira, for example, or against most decks, hand traps right now are not, like, turn ending most of the time. Most of the time, you drop a hand trap at your opponent. They still do somewhat of a play, but never, like, the full combo. So... and in those scenarios is where talents is really nice, right? Like if they go for some half-assed combo and end on like a half board, talents is perfect at taking those boards apart. Right? Talents is absolutely perfect at tearing those boards apart. And I like that a lot about the card. The same is true for enemy. The same is true for enemy. Honestly, in this deck, maybe you want 3 talents, 3 enemy, no books. Cause yeah, that seems like it's also good. And then the extra deck, I'm pretty sure is just fine. As well as the side. I also like your side deck. That's pretty good. All right, next up we have a little bit... We have something a little bit more spicy, but as a fellow Sprite lover, I couldn't exclude it. And I don't want to only include meta decks in this, so here we go. Synchro Sprite is what they submitted. The Agent Earth is a strong synchro enabler for Sprite as it searches a monster that reborns for itself. I haven't played this list much in practice. I only really theory, but I think it's interesting. Okay. Now, the idea here is that your normal summon is Agent of Mystery Earth, which grabs the Agent of Life Neptune, which reborns an agent from your graveyard. So 1 Agent of Mystery Earth converts into 2 level 2 monsters, which are also both tuners. And you can play a Rhoda for the card. So what you do is you can go for like Cupid Pitch, make it level 6, make a level 8 into Stardust Synchron or Dragite, make Barone. It's all sorts of crazy. And you have water monsters with the Nimbles for Dragite. It's kind of fire. It's kind of fire. I'm not gonna lie. This looks very enjoyable. The one problem is the one problem is that drawing this card is obviously garbage. Right? This is like pretty bad to draw. But you have 6 really good draws. I don't know if you need to play 2 Neptune. I needed a second one for follow-up. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at this deck and I think your idea is cool. But then when you look at this deck for a second time, you're like, okay, well, there's when I go first, when I pick first with this deck, 3 Kaijus. I don't really want to see Hop Air Squadron. I don't want to see Nimble Angler. I don't want to see Gamma. I don't want to see Neptune. I don't want to see Driver. And I don't want to see multiples of these. So that's a lot of cards I don't want to draw in a 41 card deck right now. On the flip side, if I'm opening Agent plus Blue, that's a pretty nice opener. That's a pretty nice opener if it's Agent Blue and some non-engine. But it's kind of the same issue as the Live Twin deck, but with more bricks. You know what I mean? Like, your full combo is pretty pog, right? Like, go, like, activate, summon Earth, grab Blue, grab Neptune, special Blue, make, like, Cupid Pitch, make it level 6, go into Axel Synchron, climb into Barone, do your Nimble combo next to it, go at it. But you also have 9 normal summons. Like, you have 3 Agent, 3 Sacred Waters, and 3 Beavers. Beatdown Master, thank you for the 6 months. Thank you so much. So I don't really have much of a... once again, I don't have much of an improvement. I don't understand why there's 2 starters. I don't really understand why there's only 2 starters. Other than that, I think it's a cool idea. Yeah, I enjoyed the idea behind it. But that's all. Like, I don't think this is better than other Sprite versions. Starter is a weird draw. It doesn't start the synchro lines. I mean, but it's like a matter of... It's a matter of if you can already play, you can use the starter for later. You can save it. And if you don't... if you can't play yet, you would still much rather have a starter than not being able to play, right? So, wouldn't it be nice to have a Stardust in the extra deck to have the quick effect of Axel Synchron? I think most of the time you don't really need that. You can just synchro with Axel into Barone on your own turn, and that's totally fine. I don't think you need to waste an extra deck spot to use this card to make an unaffected Barone. I don't think you have to. Unless you want to play around Nib that way, right? That does play around Nib, because if you summon this, you activate the effect, target a tuner. They will let you resolve the revive, right? So you're going to revive the tuner, and then they would nib you before you can Barone. So then you can chain the Axel Synchron to make the Barone, and then the Barone is unaffected, right? Yeah. Maybe that could be worth it. Forwarding. But yeah. It's less so that I have much improvements for this deck. It's more so I wanted to show it. I wanted to reward the reward the creativity on this one. I wanted to show it off at least, you know, because I think it's a quite cool idea. Unfortunately, Agent of Mystery Earth is not quite an Assault Synchron or a Synchro Sprite just yet. And then we have Melfi Sprite. Melfi Sprite, and I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm kind of in love with this list. I'm kind of in love with this list. I can already tell whoever submitted that. I mean, okay, actually the submission was sub only, but even if it wasn't sub only, I already knew that this person needed to be a sub to the channel. That's a certified subscribed to the channel Sprite list. Like, that is a brother or sister in Christ right here of the channel for sure. The 40 card Melfi Sprite list, no Drollin Lockbird. I love it. It does have Gamma Burst, which I'm not in love with, but yeah. The only card I'm not sure about in Sprite right now is Enemy Controller. I think Enemy Controller is... It's good against Rysard, but at the same time, if they don't have a card like Lance or whatever, wouldn't you rather just book it? The same for going first. Wouldn't you rather just book their first Kashtira rather than take it? Are you just supposed to hard open Prosp into the Melfis? No, you go Melfi of the Forest, search Caddy, end phase special Caddy. In your opponent's turn, they summon. You bounce Caddy to add Penny. Use Penny's effect to synchro summon Herald of the Arclight or Merry Melfis on your opponent's turn. That's the beauty of the Melfi engine, is that you don't need to draw them, and you also don't even need to resolve Gigantic to get them, because you have another rank 2 that does it. Which brings me to one more point, which is that you do not play a target for Gigantic Sprite in this deck. which I think can be fine, because you can use Gigantic as hand trap bait, and if it works, you can just get yourself red or carrot in addition. But I still think it would be nice to have an additional target. Now, I tried the Soul Scissors. I tried the Soul Scissors that everyone has been, or that Ding Kang Fum has been using, and I didn't think it was that great. It wasn't bad. It was definitely not bad. I didn't hate it, but I'm not sure if it's the best you can get. I could not. Yeah, I don't know if there's anything else that I like more. I like Hyperia, but that conflicts with Prosperity, but maybe that's okay. Maybe it's not too bad to conflict with Prosperity. Maybe you can risk it. I wouldn't hate it. But yeah, I would probably switch the enemies for imperms. Maybe you're already kind of hand trap heavy, so I think having one more hand trap kind of suits your deck, right? Like the approach here is kind of like stopping your opponent, so I think imperm would be nice for that. Or Book of Moon. Book of Moon or imperm is cards you should probably try over enemy. Everything else I really like. Gamma Burst, I'm still not convinced is necessary, but everyone that's testing Gamma Burst always emphasizes how necessary it is, but whenever I play with it, I never need it. But yeah. How would you side in the Bestials? What do you mean how? Like I like Bestials in the side deck because they cover Mathmech and they cover Despia. And I think the more you can fit, the better. Simple as that. And I think they are pretty good in Sprite because they give you bodies for sprint. You mean siding patterns? Well, if you're going against Branded with this list, going second, I'm pretty sure you can take out the Melfies. You can probably take out enemies or books or whatever is in that place. Well, you would keep Imperm, but you can, like, you know. I don't think you need Gamma Burst against Branded going second. I think Gamma Burst is honestly pretty, like, I don't think you ever actually OTK Branded unless you ask them. Maybe for that case it's fine, but you can side out Smashers going second unless they play the Dragoon version, then you kind of need it. Even though you have this for Dragoon, I don't know. But overall, I'm a big fan of this list. Yeah. So I would just side, going second against Branded, I would side the Bestials for like Melfies, Smashers, and maybe whatever you have in this spot. You could side out some amount of Prosperities going second, because going second, you always have the option to have Mosquito OTKs. So if you activate Prosperity, that option is basically gone. I don't love that. So sometimes going second, since you do see 6 cards, so you are more likely to have a playable hand. I think siding out Prosperity going second is not unreasonable. So that's something to consider. But I like this list overall. I think it's good. Would 2 Magna, 1 Druis, 1 Baldrake be better than 3 Magna, 1 Druis? I don't think so. I think you could make an argument to also play a Baldrake, but I honestly think that Magnamut is such a good card, I would feel bad not playing 3. Like, I would feel very bad. I think if you want to play a Baldrake, go for it, but I would not cut Magnamut for that. Like, I would throw that random Lightning Storm out there real quick for that Baldrake if I thought it was necessary, but I don't think any other Bestial comes close to the quality of Magnamut. Because the only argument for Baldrake is like that it's an additional search target for Magnamut, but if you only play 2 Magnamuts, that doesn't come up that often. And like when you're going second, what do you need Baldrake for? You're never gonna draw 2 Bestials because you only play 4. So like you're not gonna draw Bestial plus Druisworm, Baldrake plus Druisworm to like have that insane defensive interaction. You don't get that if you only play 4. Why do you play Bestials over Bell? Because stuff like Mathmech can Bell your Bestials? I don't think Mathmech would side Bell going first against Sprite. That would kind of be a madman situation. Like, that is crazy if they did that. That would be crazy if they did that. Also, belling a Bestial isn't even that good. Like, let's say they send Sigma turn 1, and you bestial the Sigma and they bell you. On your turn, they activate the trap card, you bestial them again, because bell doesn't destroy your bestial. Like, that's not a bad interaction for you. Like, that is fine for you completely if they bell you like that. You don't care. All right, and we saved the best for last. We actually made it in time. I'm glad that I structured it like that. I picked one Kashtira because, of course, we need to include Kashtira. I wanted to talk about Kashtira a little bit at least, right? Hey, we need to include it. I want to give you guys my opinion on some of these tech cards for Kashtira, because I'm sure some of you are going to play Kashtira, and I want to give you guys some insight. The first thing I noticed, and I picked this list because it has some more exotic tech cards, like I don't see that many Gamma Seals and Cosmic Cyclones, so I wanted to include this list specifically. Also, what the hell is Ecole des Zones? If the turn player summons exactly one monster, destroy it, and if you do, the controller of that monster special summons a mask token to their field, which cannot attack directly. You can only use this. Isn't this kind of busted against Kashtira? Well, how did they beat this? I didn't know that card. How does Kashtira beat this, dude? That's funny. That's funny, dude. All right. First of all, the first thing I noticed when I looked at this list was that you are not playing Ogre and Ogre and Preparations, which, in my personal opinion, is a mistake. I personally was very impressed by the performance of Ogre and Preparations in the grind games. That is because my personal approach for the deck is that I really like, when I'm playing Kashtira, I would always play it in the very grindy approach. I would try to not play into the huge punishment cards like Sphere Mode, Nibiru, Lava Golem, all that stuff. And I think the Arise Hard control is very, very nice if you play Preparation and Ogre. Also, in some matchups, I think it is good to have the option of going for the full zone lock with some hands in some situations, right? Sometimes you draw a lot of engine, you don't have any non-engine, you're like, I don't think Arise Hard control is going to cut it here. So having the option to go for the full combo, I think, is good, and you need Ogre for that. So I would advise you to play Ogre and Preparations. Unless you really, unless you've tested this a lot and you are like, no, Josh is wrong, I never needed Preparation to win the grind games. Fair enough. But I'm leaning towards I would do it. I'm leaning towards I would do that. Gamma Seal is a fine card, I think. I think Gamma Seal is a fine card here. Lance, like I said, Lance is kind of iffy. Because, I mean, just remember all the decks we looked at today. There was a bunch of decks that did play books and whatnot. But there was also a lot of decks that didn't. There was also, especially Sprite is like a deck that now plays a lot of hand traps that beat Lance. Like Gamma, Ash, you see a lot of Kaijus everywhere. So Lance is kind of a gamble card. It does still work on Imperm, so it's overall probably still a good card to use. I just want to say that when I tested Kashtira, I had a couple of hands where Lance was like my only non-engine card. And it didn't cut it because my opponent just started playing normally. And they were able to beat like the Arise Hard Pass because sometimes they just can. So, yeah. On the other hand, we are still seeing cards like Enemy Controller, Change of Heart, Book of Moon, Book of Eclipse. So, Talents, the card is still good. Cosmic, on the other hand, they gave me some reasoning for. The Cosmics I put in because I expect a fair amount of Runic decks in London due to copium reasons. Also, Cosmic doesn't hurt against Labyrinth or Sprite either. Share the Pain. Share the Pain to out-single Arise Hard through lands. Ecole des Zones package to have an advantage in the mirror when siding for going first. Okay. Cosmic Cyclone, I unironically think, is a very underrated card going into YCS London. I think it's a good card. The problem with it is that, or like, it's a very versatile card, and I think going first against Kashtira, it is an exceptionally strong card because it hits two of the most powerful cards in the deck, which is the Field Spell and Birth. The amount of extension that they have without these cards is very limited. So having a Cosmic Cyclone going first is very good, I think. While going second, it can still do something, right? Like, it can still do something. Like, let's say they have a set Forbidden Lands and your hand is Cosmic and Book of Moon. You can just start with Cosmic. They chain Book and they chain lands and you chain Book to that, so it still works out. The only problem I have with this card is that it doesn't stop anything immediately. It's not a hand trap. It doesn't help with the zone lock. It doesn't out the Arisard on its own. It only hits the stuff around it, like the back row, which is sometimes a problem. Like, the back row is sometimes a problem, but sometimes it's not. The Arisard is always a problem. So Cosmic Cyclone kind of targeting the secondary issue that you're facing is kind of awkward. But I still think if your deck otherwise handles the Arisard just fine, you know, like in this deck you have a couple hand traps, you have Kaijus, you have books. I think Cosmic is a good card. Like, I don't think I would play Cosmic in any deck that has like room for 6 non-engine. Like Runic. I would never play Cosmic because you just need more impactful stuff. You need stuff that deals with Arisard. In a deck that already has a lot of non-engine, I can see Cosmic. I think Cosmic is solid then. I don't know if I would play Cosmic and Lance together, because those are both cards that don't really do anything defensively. And they are both not dealing with the monsters, the main problems that the decks are putting out. They're only basically beating the back row. I don't know if you want 6 cards that just beat the back row. Kind of iffy in my opinion. I think you should decide for either one, personally, because they're both like really good against Runic. So I don't think you need both. But I don't hate either. I do not hate either. I think they're both solid cards. Jojo Check, thank you for the 6 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Surely you'll play a level 7 kaiju in case you can birth normal it? Maybe. Probably. I mean, you kind of have to think about the risk of, if I play a level 8 kaiju, a level 7, I give them to Kashtira, but since you're playing Kashtira yourself, maybe a level 7 is smarter. In case you have 2 and you can special 1, or you have, like, you know, that. What do you think about Soravis over Lance? If everyone is playing Book of Moon over Eclipse, it's fine. It doesn't help against Talents, so that's kind of iffy. It loses to Talents, it loses to Book of Eclipse, so it's a little bit iffy, but it's not a horrible idea. Thoughts on playing Chalice? I'm not a huge fan of Chalice anymore. I don't hate it, but I'm not a huge fan of Chalice. But you can play it. It's quite versatile. Yeah, I don't hate it. Now that I think, the more I think about it, I'm not like completely flashed by it. I'm not like Talents, for example, is a card that I'm a pretty big fan of right now, depending on the deck you're playing. Chalice, on the other hand, I'm like feeling okay about. Like, I wouldn't hate it. I'd have to try it more to reach a judgment on it, but it's fine. The share the pain idea, I think, is not that great. I don't like that idea. Like, outing a single Arisard through lands, it can be a lot easier than that. Like, that is not a very good idea, I think. Like, you can just play... Isn't there also, like, Herald of the Abyss or whatever? That just does the same thing, but doesn't... Like, you need to tribute a monster for this. You need to tribute a monster for this. That seems so... Like, I don't know, dude. It does out Ibli, but no one's playing Ibli, dude. Tribute 1 monster, make your opponent tribute 1 monster. In brackets, for no effect. No, I don't like Share the Pain. I like this idea. That's kind of neat. That is kind of neat. But the Share the Pain probably should just be, what's it called? Herald of the Abyss? That card is a lot better. Well, yeah. That wraps it up. I hope that gave a lot of you a little bit more input on what I think about certain things. I tried to make this a little bit more structured. It felt like this had better structure than the previous one, simply because there wasn't like so many repeat deck lists and deck lists I'd never seen before. I think the fact that I was able to look at these deck lists before the stream, pick out the ones that were interesting and worth talking about, which other ones would also have been worth talking about, but I had to keep it like somewhat. So if your deck was not in there, I'm sorry. I always try to get as many in there as possible, but we just barely made it in the time. So yes. In case anyone is wondering how you were able to submit decks, that happens on my Discord. You can go !Discord to join the Discord, which is even a great place outside of the Deck Doctor streams. You know, we have a lot of great discussion going on there. So !Discord and join the Discord, and then I will let you know when we do this again, and you can submit a deck list and do it. We'll also, I think we'll do it for Master Duel at some point as well, because people have been asking me for that. Anyways, I've talked a lot. My mouth hurts. I hope you enjoyed the stream. This is going to be it for today, sadly. Thank you so much for all the support. The sub numbers today have been insane. A special shout out once again to Napian for that insane amount of subs. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you so much. Also, thank you everyone else for all the follows, all the subs. I really appreciate all of you. I will send you guys over to Farfa, I think. Yep. And I will see you guys tomorrow. I will be back tomorrow. I will be live tomorrow. I will not be live on Wednesday this week and Thursday because of my preparation and travel for London. So this week, unfortunately, only a 2-stream week. I'm sorry to inform you, but this week is only a 2-stream week because I'm leaving very early on Thursday. And I need the time on Wednesday to prepare for the YCS and pack my stuff and everything, so it's gonna be too stressful. There's no Schmidtwoch this week, yeah. Anyways, hey, thank you guys so much for watching. Hope you enjoyed. Hope you have a wonderful rest of your day, and I hope to see you guys tomorrow or at YCS London. Hey, peace out, everybody, and I'll see you next time. Bye bye.